gotta do to get this started. Okay. Let's see. That's one thing done. So on YouTube, it should, I hope, gotta do to gonna be annoying. Echo. Okay. So I think on YouTube, people will only be able to hear me. Uh, yeah, I agree. There's a solution to that. I just don't know what it is, and so I'm going to not worry about it right now. So I'll figure it out another day. But yes, so hopefully everybody's had a chance to get the code, and if not, that's a good thing to go work on right now. And if anybody has any trouble, let me know. And if I need to add anybody to the repository so you can pull it down, let me know. If there's anybody who didn't tell me their GitHub, just let me know and I'll add you to it. So okay, this is how this is going to work. We only got 8 hours. It's not a lot of time. So we're going to mob program the first little bit because that makes it so that we can like there's enough code that people can kind of go their own way. So I'm hoping that this first little pass, just enough to kind of build the foundation, lets us do that, and then people can just do whatever they want after that. We could end up in a situation where 3 people are making renderers and one person's adding content to make this a fantasy shopkeeper game, and another person's doing the video store thing, and so we literally do end up with a store that is selling VHS tapes and elixirs and swords, and like, why not, right? So uh that'll be great. So like I say, I don't. It doesn't matter where this goes. This is all just for fun. Hopefully, people learn some stuff. But so, and like I said, the people on YouTube aren't going to be able to hear the people in Discord. I'm sure we could make that work, but I'm gonna just not worry about that. But it also, I mean, upside, you guys on Discord can say whatever the heck you want, and it won't be, it won't be broadcast. If I repeat something, like if somebody asks a question and I repeat it, it's so that people on the stream can actually understand the context. But I may forget that too, right? So I may not. Somebody may say something, I might just answer it, and I don't know. I would love to turn the professionalness of this stream up to 11, but it's going to be a 3. So deal with it. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna just, like I said, I think what we want to do is just create the bare bones enough to get like a world that has some stuff in it and some characters that can walk around and pick up items and buy and sell them. And I'm just gonna start going, because we don't have a lot of time to like sit here and spend the next 30 minutes or 2 hours like discussing like, what if we use this design, what if we use that design. But what I will say is like, once we get into this, we're going to realize that there was a lot that was dumb about this and that it just needs to be made better. So you guys who are working on this, when you get somewhere and you're like, yeah, that inventory item thing is garbage, change it, it'll be fine. You don't necessarily even have to. I mean, if you think other people are in the same space, like, you can coordinate. But like I said, there's going to be just a lot of stuff. This is for anybody paying attention to this. The code that comes out of this is usually not the best code ever. So like, take everything with a grain of salt. But hopefully it's half decent. All right. So like I said, what we need is, I'm just gonna start throwing some classes together here. So public class. I'll call it a shop because why not? Public, I'm gonna do vector 2 size, and we're gonna make this 10 by 10. That's what I said in the chat before. So it's 10 by 10. Maybe it's different. Maybe someone will say, hey, you can upgrade your shop for $1 million. And now it's a 20 by 20 or whatever it is. So I'm kind of just making this stuff up here, but I'm going to use, I don't know that I'm going to use rectangle here, but I think maybe somebody knows the answer to this. I think rectangle might be int based. Heard a little noise that like a disconnect. Maybe that was somebody else. So like, I'm out. I don't know either, but it's okay. Let's see. New rectangle. Yeah. So I'm gonna just drop this directly here into the main thing, and I'll move it out later. I said we'll put this at 0, 5, and a size of 2, 2. Oh, hey, hang on. What am I doing? Not turn on camera. For the people who are just in Discord, I need to be sharing my screen. Yeah. Sorry, that's share screen. Okay, so hopefully people can see my screen. Okay, sorry guys. So public rectangle checkout. I'm gonna call that checkout area, and then I'm gonna do public rectangle entrance. Oh, actually, I did that backwards. This is at 0, 5, and so these are little squares, and it's a we'll be able to draw it here in a minute, but 10 by 10. Over on the left side is the exit or the entrance, same thing, and then just below that. So these are actually both kind of hanging off the. If we assume these are, well, that's a good question. Do we assume these are the center point, or the? I had assumed these are the center point. So actually, let's move them over so they're not hanging off. And then, so that's the shop, and then we need public class. I don't know what to call these. I in the chat I'd call them NPCs, but like visitors, characters. Okay. Yeah, so one thing we could do, just the simplest version here is, I'm just going to call this item. And not going to have anything there, but I'm going to have the simplest thing here. And it probably deserves like a class, but like, yes. So yeah, we do need that. Let's also do this public and money. So we want a list of items, but I think we want to place them. And so again, I'm trying to like, do we just give like if we give the item a position, then this can just be a list of items. But like it's weird for the items to have a position while they're in your cart. So like, what if we do? Yeah, so if they're in somebody's cart or inventory, and the difference here is the inventory is they own it, cart is they don't own it, they have to pay for it still. So that sets up a little bit of framework for people to, for instance, come in and sell something, or to like if they're returning a video or whatever, like it gives like it's stuff that they don't have to pay for, but maybe we can barter or something. Um, so if we do this, if we have a place type, I'm gonna make this a record and an item and a vector 2. So now we have that, and then oops. I'm just doing this. I'm putting them all in here temporarily. They deserve their own file, or at least they deserve to like. It'll be too much. It'll be too much to have this all in one file soon enough. So, public list of placed item. So yeah, I'm just throwing them in here because it's really easy to once we have it to just do this and just say move to shop.cs. And actually, what I'm going to do for the moment is, now that I have that, I'm just going to put all of these here. These are just kind of our core data types. And in fact, that's enough for us to start drawing some stuff. Other than we've got to come over here. We got to make a shop. And I'm going to, just in the constructor here, just do actually, does the shop need to know about the characters? Do that too. Yeah, so I don't know how, like, we could populate this in a different way, but for the moment, what I'm just going to do is shop dot items dot. So what I'm going to do is for int okay. No, it does not. New placed item. So we're literally going to just new item. We're literally going to just place these randomly. If I do next single, I'm that the next single where it's a float is relatively new, and my brain just doesn't want to accept that that's a real thing yet. It's not even that new. And it'd be better if like this, if I just like use the shop size instead of just doing the hard coded 10. But again, the point right now is just to get this up and running quickly, and people can clean this stuff up later. So we add 10 items, and then let's just add shop dot characters. Yeah. Yep, exactly. So if we add a new character, and then so the cart, the money, 200. Actually, let's do. That was convenient that I could just do. That it has a center and a 2-vector too. Okay, so this should be enough to get a shop that we can draw that has 10 items randomly placed in it and a character at the entrance. So I think the next step here is to draw some stuff, and what I always do here, just I mean, we're gonna keep this really simple. Somebody actually shared that it was just like a top down. It's like a top down shooter that like everything was just like little boxes, and like the characters like a circle with little, I don't know, little arms. Like it was. That's kind of what we're going for here. Um, Uh, no, the reason for the vector 2 is that this is a rectangle, which remember uses integers, and this is a point which uses integers, and this position was a vector 2. Yes, and there's a method here that will take the point and turn it into a vector. Not that I could have done that myself, but that was it was convenient that it existed already. All right. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make a just using paint.net here to, and I'm gonna make a. I usually go really small for this, so I'm just gonna make this small, and I'm just gonna make sure I've got this filled in with white, not transparent, and then I'm just gonna save this as. Gotta figure out where the heck I stuck this. I don't know where I stuck it. Hang on. Okay, so now I've got this rectangle here, and now I can come into this guy and add listing item, rectangle. There builds, but it should. Okay. Build. So now I'll come down in here to load content, get and then we'll come down in here to the draw method and just make sure we're able to actually draw some stuff. Okay, so if I place it at 100, 100, it's still it's going to draw 16 by 16 right now. But that looks right. If I do make this a rectangle, then what are the parameters here? X, Y, so 100, 100, 100, 100. So it'll draw it at the same spot. Now it'll just resize it. So the nice thing about just having this little simple thing is anytime we want to just draw a rectangle, all you got to do is specify the location and the size like that and the color, and it will just work. So now what I want to do here is we're going to do let's do this. Let's assume that our dimensions here, wherever that went. Let's assume that our dimensions here for our shop. Let's say that these are meters. So this is a 10 by 10 meter shop. The entrance is 2 by 2 meters. The checkout area is 2 by 2 meters. And the center of it is, 1 meter in, 5 meters up. And so yeah. So if I come down here, what we need is like pixels per meter. And then let's say that every meter is 100 might be too much. Okay. We'll say, we can make that a constant. Pixels per meter is 50. So now now we can do something like this. So sprite actually going to move that up here. So this should be so this should be 0. Actually, that's going to be interesting. The screen y0 is the top, and like as y gets bigger, it moves down. In my head, like when I say something, when I wrote something up here, like wherever the shop is, like this is at 1, and like this. I actually imagine that 0, 0 is the bottom left corner, and y goes upward. And let me do this, just for the sake of drawing out what I'm thinking. But tell me if this jives with your guys' understanding. So like if I draw something like this, and if we say that's the shop, what I imagine is the entrance is basically, I'm not going to get the sizes just perfectly here, but like, so the entrance, let's make the entrance yellow. Like I am imagining the entrance being here, and the register, if you want to, I mean, that's what we had called it, here. So let's see. Yeah, I mean, basically like that. That's what I had in my head, which means this down here, this corner is 0, 0. And this is 10, 10, which means y goes up. The entrance would be at like x, yeah, x is 1, and I think these might not be, well, they're probably pretty close. So like, so this, if this is 10, then like 1 is right in here somewhere. So x of 1 and y of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So to get to the entrance, so it's like 1, 5, which I think is what we put in there. Yeah, 1, 5. Yes, not that we couldn't, like, we could change it, but like this is the location and this is the size, and we just, it's all arbitrary. We could pick totally different numbers for any of this, but so, but if people are on board with that idea, that like basically this down here is 0, 0 in terms of like world coordinates. If you say go to 0, 0, you're saying like come down here to the bottom corner, and if you say, oh, go to 10, 10, you're saying come up here to to this corner. So in terms of like our characters walking around and stuff, that's how they will think. But what we need to do down here then is flip it around, because if I just say, for example, it was pixels per meter, and if I just say, well, if I say 0, 0 pixels per meter times shop dot size dot x pixels per meter times shop dot size y. Okay, I'm good. I'll say this: if somebody's looking for something to do, doesn't like that. Oh, of course. Unicast. At some point here, and I haven't pushed this code yet, but a thing that it would I think be a good thing for somebody to do that wouldn't be too hard is, I've decided that I don't really like the rectangle. I would rather have like and maybe it exists. No, it doesn't. Like I'd rather have like a rectangle that uses floats throughout. It's just easier for these conversions. Let's see a question. So it is the it's the X and Y, which I think like once we're drawing in 2D without, as long as we don't have a transformation here, which we don't, like this will be just in pixels, and this will be at 0, 0. So we're starting at so it's interesting because like jumping back to here, like we're starting like even though 0, 0 for the shop is down here on in screen coordinates, that's 0, like 0, 0 says in the top left corner. So there's like weird like we got to flip it in order to like, and there's like we could anyway. I won't get into that, but yeah, that so this should be start at the top left corner. Sorry, no, that's right, top left corner of the screen, and go down to that. So if we do yes. So I think that's drawing it, but I don't like the window. I want to make let's make the window size bigger. I just off the top of my head, I'm not. Well, actually, okay, poor man's version. I know that'll do it. So if we just allow resizing, then I can just make it bigger, as big as I need it. Okay, so we're drawing the shop, and then we'll just draw. So like this is so the 0, 0 was I think straightforward. I think this is going to be more interesting. So we're going to draw the um the entrance. So hmm, okay, I think that is not right. Okay, that at least the size is correct. Yeah, to have that would be nice because then it's I don't have then I at a minimum I don't have to do all this casting except for I might because the method I'm calling on this draw requires a rectangle. There's a version of it that doesn't. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. I well Yeah, so I think both of those are useful, right? So I think, like, for one thing here is I used a rectangle here. I would not mind having a struct that is a rectangle that uses like vector 2, which is all floats instead of point. So that in like the rendering aside, everything over here is in floats. But then over on this side, when we're actually doing this, we need like it the rubber has to meet the road somewhere, and like there's a lot of overloads to this method. Um but like that, given what we're doing, like one of these that uses a rectangle is going to be the easiest. And so it would be nice to have a method that will take whatever we've got kind of in the business, I'm going to call it the business layer, even though I don't know if game developers would call that business layer. I got the core like logical object model that we've got. Um, somewhere we have to get this rectangle, and it would be nice if we could like pass in the pixels per meter and just say, well, okay, given our float based rectangle, what's the you know XNA monogame rectangle for that? Because I think that we'll use that a bunch. Because what would be really nice is to basically be able to come in here and do something like, um, it'd be really nice to do something like new, sorry, uh, shop dot entrance dot. This was just a rectangle, right? We may at some point want to promote this to like an actual like entrance object or something like that, and it just has a rectangle. But it'd be nice to have like whatever our thing is and have like dot to rectangle, and we might have to pass in the pixels per meter. Like it'd be nice to have something like that where we can just figure out the logic once and just run with it. So here's what I'm going to do. If somebody had suggested I commit what I've got, um, I'm going to let you guys start dealing with that because I think it'll be more fun if you can. So this, like the logic I've got here is definitely wrong. The size is right, but this is not where I expect that to be. This should be right over here against the side in the middle. So this logic is wrong, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stage everything and stage everything. So where's the expecting that to? Oh, it did. It did. Okay. Uh, so what we so yes to the first part. The second part would be um to get the actual rectangle that we need is going to require some math. Like I said, I made an attempt here, but what I think I'm going to do is let somebody else deal with that. Oh, I got it. Okay, I'm like it's not working, but that's because I need to pull down what other people already pushed. But I guess what I'm suggesting is if somebody feels comfortable just just handling this so that when it gets the rectangle that it actually draws it correctly, that would be awesome. Beside there's this, and then there's we need to get I just pushed up my this code. What you see on my screen is what I just pushed. Because if somebody wants to take care of getting the entrance and stuff in the right spot, and for that matter, it might also, well, okay. Okay, here's the next thing. I want to make a circle that's just like this but different. Okay. Reason. Okay, I'll pull just a second. I don't know why. I don't know why my circle is square. Other than I did it in here, and I kind of it makes me wanna. I do it. I checked that. It should be good. Um, like, and I wondered if. I mean, let me show you. Um, circle, circle, and I checked this as well. So it should be good. But I just a guess is that I think like this picture. The problem is that it's white. Everything's white, and like I guess I like Photoshop will show you like a little like fill, like a checkerboard thing. Um, I mean, I only have one layer, but that makes it look like just looking at that because here's the checkerboard pattern. I think the image is just even though I drew a circle, I think the entire image is just white. So what I'll do is this. Got to figure out where. There's too many places for all this stuff. Okay, that looks better. Let me try. Circles, yay! Yeah, I'm gonna because this is the top corner. I'm gonna subtract half a meter off of these so that like this math here has gotten really weird really quickly. Now I've done it. The character's not even in the shop anymore. Okay, I think I found it. I think that's Well, it could be out of bed. Like the edge could, the center should be in it, but the edge might be off. So the catch here is did all that, and I also need to do it for this guy. Oh, but I don't want them to be that big. I had just said these are. Let's make some. Because let me come over here and see if I can illustrate that a little better. If I make a people were brown. Okay. If like so this guy, his location like here, get him in the middle. His coordinates are 5, 5. However, to draw this, what I need to do is essentially figure out like that rectangle. I need to figure out how many like pixels over and how many pixels down it is to that position. And so I have to subtract the size of this thing like from whatever it is. I have to like back up enough so that I can because ultimately what I'm trying to create is a rectangle that is covers that. Now, let me make this different color for one and not like I ultimately that's like I need the screen coordinates in pixels of this rectangle based on the world coordinates that's like the 5, 5. And I had said like it in my mind it makes sense that this is 0, 0 and this is 10, 10. But on the screen it's weird that because 0, 0 is here and down here is like 1920 by 1080 kind of thing. And so it's flipped. The y-axis is flipped, and then everything's scaled. And so that math ends up getting weird and complicated. But I think that this version, oh, other than this, that is really small. Okay. So what I'd like there's like I said, there's a lot of math in both in terms of this stuff and in terms of this stuff. That it'd be nice if there was just some equation, some function that we could just say, here is my area, a rectangle in like the world coordinates in like based on like this is 0, 0 and this is 10, 10. Tell me what the rectangle on the screen should be, which has to flip it. I mean, like I said, this code here is essentially doing that. we just need to generalize it. You're talking about changing this to have a transform. Um, I don't have a strong opinion on that. Other than what I do want is this public class, public interface. I'm gonna do public void update game time. What I'm gonna do is essentially move. I probably want this guy down. I'm just gonna move all of this stuff here into here. He needs a spray badge. Should we pass that in, or should we? Don't necessarily mind. Oh, he needs direct. He needs all the things. Okay. So first of all, void. He can have a load content method. And then I can move these two things into here, and I can move this, oops, much, this stuff into here. So any given renderer can handle plenty about. Oh, because I added. Okay, yeah, I think it's okay for this to pass in the spray badge. There's a lot of other ways you can handle that. There's a lot of other ways you could do it. But then we'll yeah, yeah. I'll push it. Like, so the renderer can do, okay, yeah. Okay, so then down here I need in load content, I need to say render.load content. In update, we better tell the renderer that, and then down here. Let's make sure that works, and then I'll push it again. Yeah, it works like it did before. So now Move this to its own file. This to its own file. Now I'll commit this. Oops, what did I just merge? I just merged the input class test. So, I actually just merged. I just merged everything. Everything's been merged. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I had no merge conflicts. I don't think there's any harm done. But I didn't mean to merge that other branch. I just did. So sorry. Okay. I think so. Like we actually, I think the most like the rendering is not like the entrance and the register are not being drawn correctly. It would be nice to get those being drawn correctly. And actually now that we have the code here for, because I think that these two things are these are being drawn correctly. So the entrance is not being drawn, like the location's not right at all, and then we're not drawing the register, and it'd be nice to have both of those. So if somebody wants to look into that, that would be great. But I think the thing that's going to allow us to, like, I said 30 minutes, and we're almost an hour in, and we're not here yet. I think that the thing that would be more interesting here is, like the rendering is going to be useful, but if I go to here, it'd be nice to have some way to like have the characters move around. And so I'm going to do public void update. And I wonder if we want to just kind of allow the entire shop to have a chance to update, and the characters are just part of that. And like, what if we do something like this, where we say public vector to this, I'm going to make this nullable. And then what I'll do is I'll say, so if destination is null, or destination value minus position length is less than 1. So if we've either arrived at our destination or we've never had a destination. Destination equals new vector 2 So we pick another destination, and then what we're going to do here is, so now we assume there's always a destination and we've always got at least some way to go. What we're going to do is figure out Um, let's see. Am I doing my math right? So the where we're going minus where we're at. The vector towards, not away from. Yeah. This it does an in place normalization, right? Yeah, so this makes it normalized for people who don't know, unit like a length of 1. And then, but then what I want to do is now we're going to have a float speed equals, let's say you can travel 1 meter per second. It's arbitrary, but just pretend. And then we'll say something like position plus equals direction to travel times time dot total, not total, elapsed game time dot total seconds times speed. Right, I think I did that right. So the direction we're trying to go, this is like meters per second, and we multiply that by the number of seconds. So however long it's been since the last update, we'll scale down from the 1 meter. Sorry, not from from the normalized direction. This should be 1 meter long, 1 unit, and we just add that. So I think this will get like, I think this will get it to go somewhere, and it should just wander. I do need to call. There he goes. I kind of want him to move faster. I mean, yeah, 1 meter per second feels practical, but I just don't want to sit here and wait that long. Yeah, now he's now he's sprinting. You gotta buy all this stuff as fast as possible. So the next thing I want to do here is like if oh, he doesn't have. Okay, he needs access to the shop, so we'll pass the shop in when we call this, and then if shop dot items. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Shop dot items dot where I arrow I dot position minus my position is less than 1. Reach. I can use var or I can use a type. Not both. That's the end of the where. Okay. Shop dot items dot remove item. So we'll pick it up and then cart dot add item dot, oh, that's obnoxious, item dot item. placed item is. Okay, so now he's going to wander around, and when he gets to a destination and not any other, so he's not going to grab items as he runs by. Oh, oops. He just picked up an item and everything got broken. Because we are iterating through. Yeah, I feel like that's worth an explanation. That's going to happen. Yeah, okay. So he got to an item, and he got to his destination and there was an item, so he grabbed it. The catch here is I'm in the middle of enumerating this. Like I'm walking down this, and then I said items.remove. And I feel like outside of MonoGame, I almost never have this issue. But in MonoGame, I have it constantly. And so I feel like I've always got to so my fix here, and I like dot to array is this like says just go like iterate through the whole thing, come up with the full list, and make a copy. Like this makes a copy. So now we have all these items, and now we can remove it because we are not modifying this list while we're enumerating it, while we're iterating it. And so it's okay. And that is one of many ways to handle that. But anyway, I probably a lot of you guys have seen that kind of thing. But wait, now what's it complaining about? It was okay. So now theoretically, this guy should wander around. Yeah, there he picked up an item. There he picked up an item. There he picked up an item. Yeah, you do like you do want to be operating on recent on like the most up to date stuff. And so if you separate this, if you make the copy too early, for example, if the character like if you just the first time you see the shop, you just make a copy. But like I mean you could totally uh, uh like we could so it wouldn't like shop dot items dot to array, so we just get a copy. Like we could do right, like we could do placed item singular. We could make our copy right here. And then if we did items dot where that like this will work too. This solves the issue. So I think it's a question of like which one reads better or which one, and I guess I don't know. I don't like for me. I'd look at that and I don't see a huge difference between them. So I don't feel compelled one way or another to go with one over the other. Right. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to think of if there's a performance thing. I mean, I don't think there really is. I'm trying like the performance depends a lot on the specifics, and so it's hard to have like a broad statement of like. I mean, so for example, where did I have that? If you put it literally right here at the top, then I'm creating a duplicate, even if there's zero chance I'm going to pick up an item because I'm not at my destination. So, but I could do it. I could do it. But you don't need to always make a copy. the issue is that if you're iterating through it, like I'm doing with a where or a for each, you can't modify it while that's happening. And because it just like it messes up like what it's doing. And so like the other thing that I've done before and a lot of people will also do is, well, okay, then I'm just going to instead of doing this to array, I'm going to let it run to completion, but then what I'm going to do is I'm going to have like a list of item I'm going to have a, another list, and instead of directly modifying the items here, I'm just going to add this to the to remove, and then when it's all said and done, I'll come back and remove them, maybe in bulk. And this applies for adding as well. So sometimes people will just say like, here's like when I get done, here's like I need to have added these things and remove these things, and we'll just do that later. So like that would work too. I've just happened to say, well, we'll just make a copy here. But there are a lot of other ways you could do it. Okay. I think that this is we don't have a way to render this, so we can't really see it. But I think if we come in here and say, like what would be nice is, so we pick up our items, but then if we come in here and we say, if shop dot, sorry, I started to move on. I didn't mean to rush past that. If people have other thoughts or questions about that. Okay, go for it. What's your question? Yeah, that's a good question. How does the character change direction? So the what's happening here is like this code, and maybe I should put a comment in here. So if we don't have a destination or we've arrived, then pick a new destination, pick up any items while we're here. So I'm actually going to flip the order of these. I think it's more logical with the order flipped. So we've arrived at our destination. Oh. That means that if we don't have a destination, we're going to do this. That, like, the only time we won't have a destination is right at the beginning. So, okay. Anyway, okay. So this picks a new location, right? It doesn't, change directions as you had said, but like this says, well, this is where I'm trying to get to. This code right here, this is the code that says but this right here is the code that says, okay, we know where our destination is and we know where we currently are. So we're going to make a line, essentially. I mean, it's a vector too, so it's just a direction toward where we're going. We normalize it so that we know that that just makes the math easier down here. Because if we were 5 meters away from that, then the length of this would be 5. After this normalize, it will whether we had, 0.1 meters to go or 10 meters to go. Now we've just said, just make it, we've normalized it. We make it a fixed length of 1. We resize it. That's what this does. And then right here, we say, okay, so then add a little bit, like change your position by a little bit by moving us toward where we're going. And we scale that based on how long it's been since the last update and how fast we want to go. So the character, we call it a character. The character decides to change direction only when we've arrived at the location, and it's like this right here is the part that actually does it. And then the now we're traveling is all this code here. Like this right here. Yeah, so this again I in this case this is an item. So this is it. Yeah, so we look through all the items in the shop and we subtract the one position from our position. Like this is this dot position. So this is like the character's position. So that gets us again, it gets us a vector that is basically like the distance and direction between the item that we're looking at here, the one that we're currently inspecting as we iterate, and where we are at. And so like that'll be like it I mean, if we're 2 meters to the left of it and 3 meters down from it, then like that's the vector that we'll get. Length says, okay, well, how long is that? So if it was, I should have picked numbers that are easier to do the math. Let's say it's 3 to the left and 4 up, then the math on that Pythagorean theorem, like it's 5, we got 5 units, 5 meters between those 2 points. And so this is based. Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. But yeah, this this code right here is how far away am I from that item? How far is this character from that item? And then we say if that's less than 1, again, there's so much stuff in here that's just arbitrary, but if the item is within 1 meter, which is actually pretty big, then we pick up on that. So this will get us all the items within 1 meter of where we are currently at. So okay, the next thing I want. Oh, let me. This is a really good place to commit and push. Make sure I know what. Okay. Has anybody pushed anything else up? Doesn't look like it. Okay, mine's going right now. Done. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is if we're at the register, if position, so if shop dot checkout area dot contains every time it's a point, right? Okay, it has a vector to overload. Okay. Contains my position. So if we're in the checkout area, why not buy some stuff? Shop.items. Inventory.add range. Cart. That's it. We just move everything over from the inventory and credit card attribute. Whoa. It is in the right ballpark. Dang, why? Yeah. Okay, so we haven't transferred any money. They haven't paid for it, but we did move it from the cart to their inventory. And then another thing we can do here is if shop dot entrance dot contains position shop dot characters dot remove this. So we leave. So if we're in the entrance, we leave. Oh, yeah. So if we've arrived at our destination, So this means that if they haven't paid, they're just gonna leave with all the stuff. I'm okay with that for the moment. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Someone's got. So I'm okay. You guys maybe didn't see that, but uh, I'm sure I'm having the exact same issue here where I stop that. So yeah, I'm getting in that collection was modified because I in here say shop dot characters dot remove. Um. Oh, he is. That is I think that's an easy fix. I do like them spawning at the entrance, but it would be an easy fix to just give them. But if he paid for his stuff, his cart would be empty too. But so if his inventory, so if we make sure he can't leave unless he's unless you can't leave unless you bought something. So I like this is not how I think it makes sense for the game to work long term, but it's gonna like so yeah so if in yeah, if in if inventory is empty if inventory dot any and shop dot entrance dot contains yeah okay so we're still gonna have the same issue but it won't happen instantly so like it may take him a little bit because he has to check out and in fact let's I'm gonna put a breakpoint in here so that we know when he checks out. Yeah, I was just gonna bounce around and that's the whole. So well actually you know what though that's I there's something not when he bounces but if like what if in our renderer what if our color so if character dot um cart dot count is greater than 0 so let's do this color color equals character switch yeah like what if we change this color based on so inventory I don't know if that's gonna pattern matching except for I don't it's I'm not gonna do that it's not okay if character dot okay so if he has inventory dot count is greater than 0 color equals color dot I don't know blue so if he's got cart so if he has anything in his cart if he's carrying stuff he needs to pay for um else if he doesn't have anything that he's carrying but he has stuff in his inventory then we'll do Chartreuse because that's a really obnoxious green. Else. Oh, I was gonna do the same. Okay. There is a way to turn this into a switch. I'm sure of it, but I think it would require, given that we're like cart.count and inventory.count, the patterns are, well, maybe we can just get this thing to convert to, no. I hate that. I hate it because like switch on the cart.count and it like handles it here. This part's fine, but it's like, oh, but now in here, like it just was that was, I like this version better. Okay, so now he should change colors based on when he picks up an item, he should change color. Okay. And when he checks out, he should turn. Yeah. But he doesn't pick up everything. He only picks up stuff at his destination when he changes direction. So yeah, the way we got it. Okay, there. So he checked out. I don't need that breakpoint anymore because we have the color. Oh wait a second. Oh wait. I do, but now I'm confused about what collection got modified. It's the characters, but I mean, so he had to have. This right here is the thing where it's doing that, and it's not going to be as simple this time as making a copy. I don't know. Maybe it is. Dot to array. So this will, if a character gets removed, this won't see it. Like this makes a copy and then walks through all of them. And if before this gets to it, before this guy gets to it, he's been removed. It doesn't matter. This code is still gonna do that. So there's some downsides to that for sure. I want him to move a lot faster. I don't have patience for this. I just go. He picks up items when he oh hey he paid and now he picked up another item and now he left. Theft. So okay. That's fine. Somebody can fix that. He's the code for picking up items is right here, and that only happens if we're in the process of picking a new destination. So he only picks up items when he's not picking his destinations based on I want this item and it's over here, so I'm gonna go get the item. He picks random things. Yeah, not on the way. Yeah, not on the way there. He picks a random location, and when he gets there, he says, "Is there an item? If so, I'm going to pick it up. If not, I'll just pick a new location." Yes, yes. Okay. I don't think so. I haven't seen anything yet. So we probably are. In fact, so I said that there's like a tracer bullet part, which hopefully get through this quickly. I think we're there. The one thing that I think might be nice is to spawn new characters. But I think we're about at a point where people can start to say, I would like to go do fill in the blank. And now we can kind of split up and do. So I just pulled down. Oh, nope, I didn't. Did you? So I see the out of the test character tile. Do you want me to merge that? So oh yeah, okay, I see. I'm gonna merge it because there might be a merge conflict there, and it might be nice to. I got a merge conflict, which I'm not surprised about, but resolve conflicts, launch. Like I'm not worried about. No, well, I'm not worried about it. I think that the we added in this. The only real conflict here is no. I'm just gonna take. Let's see. What do I want? I want the blue. Yeah. So this version will have. I'll test this out before we. Theoretically, it'll have a different character. It's moving so fast I can hardly see it, but and it is being colored. Yeah. Now that we have an actual oh hey, and somebody fixed the locations too. Well, he doesn't have to buy. He doesn't have to clean out the whole store. Yeah, he's just the logic here is that he's if he's got picked if he's bought anything. Yes, but notably we don't check to make sure his cart is actually empty. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, he if he's already bought something and he's in the entrance, we remove him. And let me. Okay, I'm pushing this up, so this will have all that stuff merged now, and so now you guys can have what I've got here on my screen, and then the other. So like the other thing I'd like to do is just we need to randomly spawn. So like if we just come in here, so in the shop, if we just say, um, this is going to get weird when. Okay, let's do it this way. If characters if characters that count is less than 3 and random next shared next. I, I want, this is pretty small, but it's going to be running a lot. And actually, at this point, I don't know that this thing over here needs to add the character. If we do, is theoretically, if the shop is adding it, and I don't know that this is right, but it is a thing, right? So if if we don't have, if there's less than 3 people in the shop, then there's a 1 in 100 chance that we're going to spawn a new character. Which, given how often this is going to run, that's got to be smaller. And at some point, we're just going to end up with, maybe it's not as uncommon as I thought. Characters. So I would have thought we'd have a character in here by now. I mean, it might have, but like this should be running a lot of characters. Next return 958. Okay, this, if I make it 10, it should happen a lot. Yeah, okay. There we go. But once somebody leaves, somebody else should show up. If the, and now there's no more items. So see, I think a guy just left and a new guy showed up. Yeah, that is happening. So now it's so common that you don't even get the gap in there. But I agree. Yeah, that looked about right to me. No. This is crazy. I just wanted to. Wait, say that again. Oh yeah, I think I agree with that. If they're, given how fast they're moving. Yeah, like a time warp kind of thing. That would be an interesting feature, to be able to do that. Um, and you'd have to, like, yeah, that's one of those things that is a lot easier to make that decision early than later, because what you would want to do is somewhere have like a time warp factor. Um, and, yeah, and then because what you would ultimately want is where's the like this like what you do is you would do like times time warp, right? So like this code has to account for it, but so does like this logic. I'm gonna lower these. Yeah, so like I like it's one of those things where it's like the earlier you like that's a feature that's hard to like just last second. Hey, we should add time warp. You're way better off realizing early on we should account for that because then it's accounted for rather than trying to figure out how to shoehorn it in late. But so I'm gonna the last thing I'm gonna do here is just items dot add. So if we new placed item. Yeah. So if we this just needs to be this is just constructor parameters. Not I've forgotten already what we did here. Yeah. So new item and not that we want a new vector 2 and let's see random dot shared dot next times size dot x random dot shared dot next times size dot y and okay. So we'll now restock 2. And I think there we go. Mm, like I feel like this is probably realistic, but yeah, for testing it is way too slow. Second guy, that guy picked up an item. It is a. I feel like the entrance here is like I feel like this is the entrance, except for that somehow it's like acting like this is the register and this is the entrance. Like they're spawning here. There is something I don't know what it is, but something like you see that guy like despawned when he was here, and when they spawn, they this is where they start. Are we getting new items being added? If any, is anybody seeing an item added? Fixable. Boink. Don't really feel like we're. Oh, what the? That doesn't make sense. Is it? Like, where are these items? Oh, they are in another galaxy, apparently. How? How? Random, random. Oh. Sure. Next. That next is an integer, but it's all the integers. Okay. Well, I think I'll have better luck now. Even this feels a little slow to me. I mean, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, so this is I pick a random number between, well, 0 and 99, not technically 100, and then I say if out of all that we pick 0. It, yes. Yeah. There's a because we pick from 100 and we're only looking at one. There's a 1 in 100 chance, and this runs every update, which is a lot. Essentially, yeah. That's a good way to phrase it. D100 60 times a second. So, like, theoretically, it shouldn't take that long for the characters to show up. And the items are okay. Success. We're done. We have a shopkeeper simulator game. Ship it. Yeah, that sounds fantastic. So at this point, we are, in my opinion, done with. I'm gonna commit this. Let's see. So I've this time I've added what's in here is we respawn characters and we respawn items. Okay. Yeah, I do like right now. Right now, the characters just wander wherever the heck they want, and they walk right through each other. They walk right through. There's no shelves. There's no like, and I think that we do. I like yes. So we don't have shelves yet, but that seems like a reasonable thing to add, and then we would want to be able to navigate around it. So yeah, that sounds like a good thing to add. Sounds good. So, does everybody feel like they have something to work on? Um, yeah. So yeah, if you want to be able to do collision detection, so the thing I'd say is you don't want to use like a capsule. You don't want to. You don't. It's not worth for what we are doing. Stick to 2D and like any sort of like planning, like a star kind of thing or anything like that. Like it'll be simpler to tackle that from a 2D perspective than a 3D perspective. So imagine the characters as a um, circle. And what we've done somewhere in here is they were a 1 meter diameter circle, so like at the radius is a half meter. And then like and we've done some really like rudimentary like collision, to call it collision. It's not really like intersection detection. Like we're doing that here between like rectangle, like axis aligned bounding boxes and circles. Actually, we didn't even really do that here. Like this just says like is the point, the center of the point, the inside of it. So that's where I would start is like in terms of like the physics and like the game mechanics, like assume 2D. I mean, all of our drawing is also 2D, though. What I'm hoping to do is get some 3D rendering going, um, which is why I made that interface for the renderer so that that's swappable. Yeah, that it is. The MonoGame is a much lower level system than Unity. Some people have called a MonoGame a game engine or a game engine framework, and I feel like that's a pretty accurate way to describe it. Is like you so like, and this is Unity has a lot going for it, not the least of which is the fact that like everybody and their dog uses it. So it's a really good thing to use. Uh, what's the other one? Godot is also pretty popular now. And I still don't. I haven't looked at the data recently. I don't know that. I don't think that's overtaken Unity or is even necessarily in the same like at the same level. But I feel like the last time I looked, like it was, I mean, 3 to 8% of the market. Like which is a lot more. Like monogame is like 0.01% of the market, if that. Like there are people who are using it. Unity, but Unity just dwarfs it. And I don't know between Godot and Unity, just how they compare. But yeah, like the big upside to Unity is as a professional, that's like people are using that. Uh, I say that like there are what's that game? Valley uses monogame. Okay, yeah. So like there are plenty of games out there that aren't using Unity, but yeah. It is like it's a good like Unity is just much higher level because there is a lot of plug and play, and I think that is the reason why like it just kind of got so much of the market shares because it's just like yeah, just things magically work. I don't have to think about it. And like so there's huge upside, right? And um I won't fault anybody for using Unity for those reasons alone. Is plenty of reason to use Unity. The reason why I like monogame though is because I kind of like in Unity you kind of have to do things the Unity way. Like it's got its architecture and it's got like its own slight variation on the entity component system thing. Like it's got like the prefabs, like it's got all this stuff and it wants you to do things a particular way. And if that doesn't make sense for your game, tough luck. Like trying to work again, and this is true of any system, but going against what that system was built for is only going to make things painful and only going to make your life miserable. And so like if it's like, well, I don't need all that infrastructure that Unity has, deal with it, right? Like you still just do it however Unity wants it, and because that's just like otherwise you just make things worse for yourself. MonoGame, on the other hand, doesn't have a bunch of stuff out of the box. Like for example, there's no UI. There are libraries, like you can go get them, but like if you want UI, if you want physics, like in Unity you can just be like add physics, add somebody did all the work for it, and then you just it and there's a big upsides to it, but on the other hand, it's like I need my physics to be a particular way. It can be really hard, and I think the example that always comes to my mind is Kerbal Space Program is a Unity game, and they ran into some stuff with their physics because what they're doing, they're dealing with like very like small scales, but like planetary scales, and that had a lot of issues, and they did a bunch of stuff to kind of address it, but they kind of got to a point where they're like, look, this is just fundamentally not something we got control over. And so they did what they could, but they also just kind of accepted that sometimes your ship gets ripped apart by the space kraken, and they just kind of embraced it. As it became a joke, they put a little space kraken on one of the planets that you can go find. Like it's just a little, it's a static thing, but there's a little thing there. You can go find the space kraken, and if your ship gets ripped apart, well, ultimately, space kraken got your ship. So they did what they could, but like they just ran these limitations. So if you need like if you want something specific, sometimes it makes sense to be able to build your own stuff. So yeah, I mean what we're doing here is definitely lower level. Not that we couldn't like build up a bunch of this stuff, and like UI, you don't have to build your own UI. You can find and integrate existing UIs. Same with physics. Like there are physics engines, physics libraries that you can use. Like if I wanted ragdoll physics, I don't think I would want to build that myself. I would find a library that does it, and I would just integrate it. So Unity like has a lot of stuff there ready to go. MonoGame is a lower level. I like that better. Like because one of my complaints about my two big complaints about Unity. One is I don't have control over the architecture. Unity has decided it. It's solid. It's fine. It works for how many games. Like a lot of people have made a lot of games in it. But I like having control over that. I don't like giving that up. That's something that matters deeply to me. And then the other thing that I don't like about Unity is it just starts to feel like point and click. Like it's like, now I click on this thing and then I click on this thing. It feels like I'm, point and clicking a game rather than programming a game. And so I like this feel better. It doesn't make it a good fit for everybody, but that's the reason I like MonoGame. Yeah, yeah. If what you want is fairly standard physics, you can, and I've done this in games. You can just find a physics library and just integrate it in, and that's and same with UI. Like some of these things that are like these big, scary things. It's like, well, I don't like. I want Unity because I want like I don't want I don't want to spend the time, or I don't have the mathematical skill to just like I'll just write my own physics engine. Like that is a lot, and there are people who have spent an entire career building and maintaining just physics engines or just UI. And so yes, you with MonoGame you can just integrate in with those. So you don't have to build your own. But like if you consider what we're doing here, like uh there's not a ton of physics here. So we don't necessarily need to integrate an entire physics engine into this. Not that we couldn't. If we end up in a point where it's like, well, in order to like do our path planning kind of stuff, we need physics. I don't have any problems with doing that, but like I said, we've gotten as far as we have by very simple checks, and yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, and I think that with MonoGame for like making a plane fly around, like there's different levels of that, right? Like to import a 3D model that's an airplane, and then to just have it, update its position and its rotation, just draw it in different spots. That's easy to do. I mean, again, maybe by comparison, where in Unity you can just like add in some asset and like it's but it's so what I'll say is it may be I'm not saying it's easier than Unity, but just doing that is not hard in MonoGame either. Um, it's a little more technical, like right, you got to do like content dot load, and you got to like figure out like your matrix transforms. But I also, the other part of this is that one of the big arguments in favor of something like MonoGame is that it demands that you understand things at a little more technical level, and so even if you spend 95% of your time over the next 10 years in Unity, I think there's some benefit to spending some time at this lower level so that you understand what's going on behind the scenes. Like it kind of pulls back the curtain a little bit, and it isn't just this mystery of like, I don't know what Unity's doing. It's just magic. It kind of demystifies it, and I think that that's a useful thought experiment, even if you don't, end up shipping a whole bunch of monogame games. But to like kind of pull the curtains back and just be able to see things a little more clearly about what's going on and why. Not unlike when people like most computer science curriculums at like a university will have a class that you write in assembly. Not because anybody, I mean, there are people, but you pretty much don't write code in assembly. But to have had the experience to understand like what's available at the machine level, it can be really useful um, to get a feel for like what's really going on behind the scenes. Like what is the computer actually doing in these cases? So I like this is a little bit in that same vein of like if you pull back the curtain a little bit, you get a chance to like see the details of like what's going on and why you appreciate better what's going on in Unity and understand better what's going on in Unity when you do make Unity or Godot games, right? Like once you move to that higher level, like you still understand what it's doing, what its limitations are, why it does things the way it does, because you've had to kind of face that complexity yourself in small doses. I will say that I don't really like I'll pull it down, but I'm totally like this is the nature of these collabs is once we get to this part where we're at where it's just kind of sandbox time, people can do all sorts of stuff, and it does mean that if you modify the item class and see, okay, I see it. Yeah. Well, have we? Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like the question kind of like people everybody described what they wanted to do, and I got the feeling that people were mostly not going to be in each other's way. Um, so if people just kind of keep everyone informed on what they're doing, especially like I mean your thing here of like I'm gonna modify that. I think this existed, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, and this looks great. So yeah, if we if you're touching stuff like this, it's probably good to like keep people informed of what you're doing, because this is the kind of thing that if somebody else did a similar thing, then we'd have two item classes that are completely different. Like I said, I don't think that's happened. I think we're totally fine. So uh, I think if people commit and push and pull frequently, so that you have the latest, and if people just kind of communicate if they're touching something that is potentially shared by other people, then I think we'll be okay. And if we do end up with some weird merge conflicts, then we'll deal with that when that happens. So that would be that's what's worked for this in the past, is just if you're touching something that like everybody else, anybody else might be touching, like this item class, make sure people know that, so that they're not touching the exact same thing at the exact same time. But yeah, this looks great. Oh, this looks great, but build errors. Has somebody already fixed that? Okay, that I pushed that. Oh no, where's my characters? Is it just they're not spawning? They got lost somewhere. I'm not exactly sure, but that there's that code that I just put back in there. It got accidentally removed, and I just pushed that back up, so it should work. Actually, does that good? Okay. Yeah. So I think that the question is I see the chat message about I feel like we're role playing as devs working, and then the rest. So, is this what it's like in real life? I think so. Every time I've done, which hasn't been that often, every time I've done like a game jam or something like that, this is what they always feel like. They're chaotic, they're hectic because it's such a short time frame, and there's just a lot of people doing stuff, and you're stepping on each other's toes, which is the reason why that approach of like we're gonna start by just mob programming together. Um, in my experience with just general development, there's still a lot of like, hey, I gotta touch this thing. Is that gonna be okay? Like, is that gonna affect anybody? But like once you have 10,000 lines of code, if you have six people and 10,000 lines of code, you're probably not in the same space. So the amount of like complexity goes way down. And usually once you get 10,000 lines of code, there's it like progress starts to go a little slower, because it's just like, how does this impact the other 10,000 lines of code? So the chaos and the hecticness drops. But in broad strokes, this is what it is often like. Is it's like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this thing. Is that okay? And you coordinate, and I mean, we talked about the branches. Like in a normal development environment, you would do your feature development and you do your work in a branch, and then you get to the end of it and you say, okay, here are the changes that I'd like to make, and we'll test them before we merge them. And people, could you look over this and make sure that it is looking okay? And then you get a pull request, and people look over it and say, hey, this looks good, except you should change this thing or that thing. So you go change this thing or that thing, and then you come back again with the updates and say, okay, what about now? Does this look good? And then yes, it looks good. Now we merge it. Like it's there's tends to be a little more rigor, but in broad strokes, it's like making software is making software. So yeah, I if go ahead. Well, I was just gonna say, people, if there's anybody who doesn't know what to do and would like something to do, uh, I could probably help you find something. But if everybody feels like they know what they're doing and they're just ready to go, that'd be my preference. Is just go and coordinate. Like when you if you're thinking about doing something, type it into the chat or speak up and say it, and that'll help us. Just so we aren't stepping on each other's toes too much. For me, I think I want to make a 3D renderer, and we'll make it optional so it can be either. So we'll have both. Yeah. Right now we've got. I think it's is this right here. It's in the update method. For a moment that got wiped out. So if you're not seeing, you're only seeing like just this loop, this for each loop, pull again, get the updated code. I think that depends on how often you want to commit and push and how stable what you're doing is. Because what you don't want to do is commit and push code that doesn't even compile. Um, if you like to commit and push so that you've got, making these little tiny steps and it's backed up off of your computer, but those are not like self-contained steps. Like if it's broken, then then that should go into a branch. But I don't think that we need to be always doing that if people are making commits and pushes that result in, now it's just the exact same thing as it was before, only a little better because it does this and everything still works for the most part. I'm totally fine with not making separate branches, and just pushing the main. That's again in a normal workflow. You probably would never commit directly to main, because that would be, yeah. But in this, like, this is so low stakes. I'm not worried about it. The worst thing you're gonna do is break main, and it's fixable. Yeah. Yeah, and same with me. I'm planning on doing the 3D renderer. I'm gonna go make another. I'm gonna go make another implementation of this guy, and it's not. I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think it's gonna hurt anybody other than possibly in the main over here somewhere we have to choose which renderer to use, and um, so I'll have to account for that because I don't necessarily like right the renderer we have right this moment is good enough. But so other than like the couple of places where that touches areas that other people might be affected, mostly I'm going to be able to I think work on that independently, and it won't affect anybody else. So I like I'm not I for what I'm doing I'm not that worried about it. And the way you described of like the point system feels fairly independent. Like as long as no one else decides I want to go modify that, which like if what you want to do is like oh well I want to give people points if they I don't know something doesn't really matter. Then but at that point maybe they do want to touch it. Same with once the 3D rendering gets going, maybe somebody's gonna want to say, well, I want to add in my own models or something. But so we'll figure that out. But I like you're if you feel like what you're doing is mostly independent, then you only really have to worry much about the places that it touches the rest of the code. Um, and you can mostly work independently. That's like we've got enough code here that there are definitely places that don't need to interact with everything else. There are also places that do. So depending on what you're doing, you may or may not need it. So is there anybody who wants like I said, we're to the stage of this where people should do um, whatever features they feel like might be interesting. It will be okay if we get to the end of this and there's multiple competing art styles. Like I'm not yeah, like it would be like in a perfect world, the art style would be like figured out. But I think the catch with that is like if we're getting art by either just slapping together whatever, like I did with just rectangles and circles, or if we're just like I already own these assets, I already bought these assets, they're not going to play nice. If we had somebody who's like I don't know how to program, I'm good at the art, let me be the team's like art director. I would be happy to say, okay, great, you're the art director. You're responsible for ensuring that we've got assets that fit in with that theme and style. Um, but I like I said, I don't think we're in that category. So I'm okay with if we just we have these items and that in this item class there was fantasy and VHS, which is just like you can either buy one fantasy or you can buy one VHS, right? Like it's like these are not even so yeah. So it's a it's totally fine by me if we literally have the Harry Potter Blockbuster store, and that's what we end up with. And there's like, yeah, you can literally buy a a sword and a magic potion and um Jurassic Park. Yeah, like that's totally fine by me if that's where we end up. It'll be unique at least. Yeah. No, so that's it is we if they're really, and I don't think that this is the case, but I think if people are like, no, really, we it's got to be like that matters to me, and I want to do fantasy, and someone else is like, no, I don't want to do fantasy, I want to do, you know, just a straight up video rental store. There is a possibility that we could subdivide into two teams and make a branch that's team A and a branch that's team B, and maybe those two never get merged together, they just have a common starting point. We just go two different directions, and it'll be interesting to see from a common starting point where two different teams end up. I don't think we need to do that. We definitely do not need to do that. I don't feel like that's necessary or even helpful, but I do, if it is an option. Yeah, I like the idea of like having that kind of thing where it's like a blacksmith shop. Like I can buy, iron ingots, and then I do something to like craft. I buy leather, I buy. And I think so. Yeah, I mean, like the Blockbuster store, a Blockbuster store doesn't, you don't buy raw ingredients and craft anything. But a lot of times those games aren't not that, right? Like sometimes it's like you gotta like you could buy the supplies, you buy like popcorn and soda and stuff, but then you have like the popcorn machine, and you like load the machine, and then you end up with popcorn that you can sell, and like there's like that the as a raw game mechanic, I buy some stuff either from like suppliers that don't walk into the store, or from random people that do walk into the store maybe. I buy some stuff from them, and then I do some stuff with that, and then I have new items to place into the store. Would be, I think, a very useful set of features to add, regardless of the fantasy versus not. So if somebody wants to focus on, I want to make it so that people come in with an inventory, and I want to be able to buy stuff from them. And there's some sort of negotiation, like the character needs to decide, like if you're offering me $5, 5 currency, 5 points for this item, am I willing to sell for that, and to like negotiate. Like that would be, I think, a really interesting thing to add to the base that we've got. That's not where I want to go. Like I'm not saying that'd be a bad place to go. I'm just saying that's not where I want to put my time. So if that's something that somebody else wants to do, they should do that. I think there's going to be plenty of room for us to add in things like that, but to add in another renderer, to add in like the pathfinding, to add in like, I think we'll be okay to do it all. And we're going to end up with something that looks like it didn't have a single cohesive direction, and that will be okay. Uh, Yeah. So like I said, any of these play like the having that interface for the renderers gives us options for pursuing multiple paths. So I mean, like I said, I wanted to make a 3D renderer, just because that's sounds interesting to me personally. But if somebody else is like, well, I also want to make a 3D renderer because I'd like to learn some stuff about the 3D or whatever. Um, there's space for multiple 2D renderers and multiple 3D renderers. And I mean, for example, there's there's potentially room to say the items are just like generic item A, B, C, and D, and then we have a fantasy 2D renderer and a VHS 2D renderer, and we just had different sprites. We load different sprites and do different things with it. So there's definitely room here for different people to do different stuff and make it swappable. Okay, I'm gonna step away for about 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, and then I'll be back. And then I'm gonna just jump into the 3D rendering. And if there are people who don't know what to do, and like I said, I can help you find something, or I don't mind people following along with what I'm doing too, if that's interesting to people. But people shouldn't feel like they. Yeah, I will. I will. So like I said, but if people can feel like they can drop in and out of the guild hall chat, as they, if you're like, oh, I want to come back in and like have a conversation with other people about something, I'll be here. Maybe not, not 100% of the time, but like 95% of the time I'll be here. Um, but you can also just step away enough to like not have the constant noise, if that'll help you get whatever you're working on done. Um, I like that. So a couple of things about that is it's probably better to be safe than sorry, but the repository is not public, and right, if it were not Jurassic Park but Triassic Park, Jurassic Jurassic Park. So yeah, like it's usually better to be safe than sorry, but I think that yeah, I I I am very comfortable with either the fantasy theme or the um rental store thing. I do think that the content from the medieval one is just it's not that different. There's plenty of 2D and 3D content that's fantasy, medieval, and kind of modern. The VHS rental store is not quite modern, but and I do think there's a point that point of like the simplicity of like everything's just a box with a texture on it. Like that's really nice. Or like all the things are just if it's 2D, it's just everything is very similar. So I think like and I mean that comment of like the getting the materials and doing something with it to like turn it into something better and that you sell back. Uh, if that as a mechanism it just exists, it will work in any sort of shop. It makes more sense in like a blacksmith shop than it does in a Blockbuster shop, but it doesn't not make sense in a Blockbuster shop. And this Blockbuster shop can sell swords too. So I don't feel I think we can add in that mechanic without like deciding hard on it must be this theme or it must be that theme. Cretaceous Museum. Yes. Dinosaur place. I love those suggestions. They're all really good. Okay. I'm gonna step away for just a couple minutes and then I'll be back and then I'm gonna jump into the 3D stuff. And for the sake of the stream, I'll keep talking and describe what I'm doing. But people should feel like they can leave the you don't have to sit here and watch this whole. You don't need me chatting in your ear while you're trying to get something else done. Okay. I'll be back in a few minutes. If you merge it there, you can pull it down, and then your version of main, well, then your clone of the repository knows about the other stuff. You would want to pull to get their changes into your version of main, and then if you want it in your branch, you'd have to merge main into your branch. Just because somebody else pushes changes to main doesn't affect you for multiple reasons. One of them is because your clone doesn't even know about it, and even when it does, it's in a different branch. All right, I'm going to start in the 3D renderer because why not? Actually, somebody said something about making the rendering flexible. Did that get pushed? I think I'm one of like the 4 people on the planet that actually likes MonoGame's content pipeline. I know what you're saying. If it could just automatically, like, if it could just, if there was less, if there's more convention and less configuration, if it was just like, hey, if I see an image in there, I'm gonna just load it in as a texture, unless you tell me otherwise. So it's time for me to come clean. I wanted to do this renderer, and I thought, what would be awesome? We talked about this in the chat. The stuff that Imbenzia does on YouTube, he's got a whole system, and I like that. I like the system because I think that a lot of people who are making Unity games are just like, I don't know, I just get these assets, I just use the like the PBR renderer, and I just do this stuff, and they don't think much about like the technical artist kind of role. But I think that in a MonoGame, in a Unity world, that you can kind of get away with that. You can kind of just do that. In MonoGame, there's this expectation that like you've thought through what does my art style look like, and how, like, what data do I need to render that, and therefore, like, how do I mean, that was, if you look back at the history of like X and A, they were split. They had some debates about whether to have a super fleshed out like model class and just say like this is how you draw stuff. Um, which is kind of how a lot of game engines are like this is how you draw stuff. You just we expect that all the models have these like every model has a like a diffuse color and a bump map or a height map or like whatever it is like we expect that you're going to have exactly these things and we're going to render them this way. Oh, but you've also got this second option, so you got A or B, but within A you do this, within B you do this, and that's how it works. um and so the X and A people in the beginning sat there debating whether to be kind of heavy handed about it or to be like say, well, we have no clue what data you actually need to do the art that you want. With textures it's fairly straightforward, but with 3D stuff it just varies so much. And they said, well, maybe we should just do nothing then. We'll give people the tools to build up what they want. But then the counterpoint to that was, well, but then people like in order to do anything, you got to build up a whole system, and that's annoying. What do we do? And they said, well, we'll build an example that is a good starting point. So they made the model class and the model mesh part, basic effect. Like they made all these little things and said, this is for example. It could be something like this, and like you can just start using this stuff. But the expectation is you figure out, once your stuff deviates from that, you just go build up your own thing. You just make your own thing. You load your own stuff through the content pipeline. And a lot of people don't realize that with 3D, that like you're supposed to figure out what data you need and just build up that stuff, especially if it deviates from model and basic effect. And then kind of say, hey, this doesn't do what I need it to do. I guess I'm done with it. Rather than saying, oh, but the tools are here. I can build whatever I need. So anyway, I've been thinking for a long time that I want to write a MonoGame book. And what I'd like to do is include sort of that technical direction stuff and building up a lot of this other stuff. And also animation. Basic effect does not support animation. But there's another effect called skinned effect that does. But like people don't use that. So a lot of people are like, I can't do animation. I'm done with MonoGame. Because like Unity supports it out of the box. Like Unity supports animation really well. But anyway, so I keep thinking like I kind of want to prove to people that that 3D doesn't have to be. I'm not trying to convince anybody that it's better than Unity or even as good as Unity, but I hear that phrase a lot. I think I've even heard it today, that like MonoGame's great for 2D, but not for 3D. And maybe I'm just stubborn. I kind of want to show that that's not the case. Anyway, so I got thinking about all this stuff, and I thought, on like Thursday or Friday, I thought I'm gonna start tinkering with this to see like what's practical. With the goal of what I would really like is if I can, I'm gonna, for the sake of the stream, I'm gonna just briefly show. So Invenzia has all this stuff, and he's got. I've stripped this down, but like, let me go to shading. Yeah. I gotta. I've been wanting to make a MonoGame book for a very long time because I don't know. I think that that's the thing is I would not expect a MonoGame book to sell nearly as well as a C# book. Which is why I haven't done it, just because I don't know there's a huge audience. But the other side of that is like this. I love this style of making games, and there isn't a lot of material for it. And even like among people who do stuff with MonoGame, like I said, there's just a lot of like misconceptions about expectations and things like that. So I think there's space for it. I wouldn't expect it to sell as well, which is why it hasn't been my top priority. Because I have to put the business hat on sometimes, but someday I'm gonna just do this. Interesting. Uh-huh. No, yeah, I think that's probably a fair point. There are at the college level, and like I said, I think it's good as a at a minimum as a learning tool, as a way to say like I need to be able to peel back these layers and see down a little farther, even if I don't stay at that level. I think it's useful for that because you just get this exposure to a deeper level. So I think that's a fair point for sure. All right, let me. Oh, go ahead. Mhm. Yeah. So again, people on the stream can't hear the questions, so I'll repeat it. But the question was about like what books am I wanting to make? I have a long list that there's not much that I wouldn't love to write about. It's not much like technical programming related that I wouldn't love to eventually write a book about. But I have a short list that I have shared. This is not by me saying this is not a promise. It's a guess. It's a hope. But my short list is feels a lot more tractable than my long list. That I even if I wrote a new book every year, I would not finish it. Even if I wrote a new book every 3 months, I don't know that I'll be alive before I finish the list. But the short list, I have four books on that, and the first one is what I've been working on, which is I need to get the sixth edition of the C Sharp Player's Guide out, and that's partly just because I mean the fifth edition was C Sharp 10, we're on 14 now, but the other big part is just when like it isn't just like because the language isn't that different, even with C Sharp 15, it isn't that different. What the real difference is I've learned where better over 4 years, 5 years, however long it's been since the fifth edition came out. I've learned better what parts of my book are people struggle with, and I want to make it better. And then I've also there's just like a lot of what I've been doing over the last 6 months is not even about like explaining topics better. I feel like I've already accounted for that. It's about making the challenges like have it like the storyline. Like I'm more focused on like kind of world building and like storyline development. Like it's just like and no other writer out there has this problem. Like nobody else is writing technical books that like have a flash. I shouldn't say nobody, but like the closest that I can think of is I know there's a book that's called Closure for the Brave and True. So it's about the programming language Closure, and like I think they do some of what I'm doing. Um, but it's a whole other set of issues that just makes writing harder. But I'm up for it. I think it makes for a more interesting, a more unique book for sure. I don't know how many traditional publishers are up for. Like, I think traditional publishers like traditional books, but anyway, so that's my priority. That has dragged out way longer than I ever thought it would because I keep saying, "Oh, I want to do this. I want to do that." Like I keep scope creep. So that's the first book. The other two that I think are useful to people kind of right away and might maybe a more of a priority than MonoGame would be I'd like to do a software design book. And not just focus on like object oriented design, though that's part of it. In fact, that's probably the bigger part of it. But I want to touch on stuff like event based programming and data oriented design and functional programming. And I like C sharp for that because C sharp does all of that. Like it's not like a functional first language like F sharp is, or Haskell, but you can do it. It works well. And I think that it's useful to like see how to solve problems from a functional perspective and from a data oriented design perspective and from an object oriented perspective and all these things and be able to it's like that's kind of what I'd like to do kind of a that's the thing about software design is there you could have an entire bookcase full of software design books and not cover like it is useful to have perspectives from multiple people because there are different it's a more I don't know. Anyway, I'd like to add my voice to that mix, and then the other one is data structures and algorithms in C sharp because I think that that's a really good like next step for people, and that has like sort of like a performance aspect to it. I don't want to go too heavy into like, it. Isn't a performance book, but so those are my 4 books: C sharp, Player's Guide, 6th edition, data structures and algorithms through the lens of C sharp, and like what I'd like to do with that is go through like the main data types, lists and linked lists and trees and graphs and stacks and queues and hash tables, dictionaries. I'm probably missing some stuff. And to like have like the goal is that I think it's a good experience to have built those all yourself, but I think it's also useful to like once you've built it, like let's go look at how the base class library made their list type. Let's go see like what optimizations they put in here. Like how does their sort, because it's open source, let's go inspect what they did and see like what sort of additional cool things they thought of the sort of the base thing doesn't cover. So that's kind of what I'd like to do is like let's talk about the principles, the concepts, build it ourselves, and then we unlock kind of the real deal, and now we can go inspect the how did the developers at Microsoft working on the base class library get, because that list needs to be very optimized. So let's go look at what they did and compare. And obviously you don't have to write your own list that's that efficient. You can just use list. But so C Sharp Player's Guide, data structure and algorithms, software design, MonoGame. That's my short list. Yeah, I think it'll be. It's one of those things where it's like there's a part of me that I have a day job. That's not fair to say. Like I have a job and it's not writing books. It's I'm a software engineer. I guess technically like my official job title is like it's something that sounds way fancier than it really deserves to be. But there's been a lot of like title inflation within the company, and so people intentionally inflated the title of my role so that people would feel like it counts still. Because we got just like all these people whose job titles are now like director and chief this and chief that, and anyway, so my official title is like principal architect, and there are several like there's like 8 of us that are principal architects in a company of 400. Um, but to me it feels like software engineer, except that like my job is also to make sure that the other software engineers kind of know what they're doing and that we're making good decisions as a group, to kind of have that overarching vision of what does the software need to look like and be like, and some of that stuff. But that eats up all my time. There's a part of me that's like, if only I could just quit that and just spend all my time doing books. But nobody has ever said, I would like to be rich. I know, I'll write a technical book. That's not, you don't get rich from writing technical books, but I mean it brings in some money. Like I'm not like I get, and it's self-published, which means I have to do all the heavy lifting. I have to do the editing, I have to do the copy editing. Like I have in a couple of places like paid for like artists, like I had a graphic designer help me like think through some stuff with like the cover and some of that, and I end up having to do all that, the marketing. Like I have to do all of it. But it's print on demand, so like I don't have to manage a, you know shipping. Um, but well, thank you for the recommendations. What you just described sounds reasonable to me. That if like right like here we're passing in, yeah, we're passing in like the color here. So like if this were something like a character, oops, character dot color, which doesn't exist but could, and then you set it up over there. Oh, not necessarily. Well, so the placed item is an item plus a location. So I think it could be okay. I mean because that's like what you like if you put an item back down somewhere, right? Like let's suppose we change the code so that if you leave and you have items rather than shoplift, which is what's happening today, what if we just dropped the items there? On your way out the door, you're just like, bloop, just drop it. Um, like that could work. And now you just have items wherever, and then maybe that now the shopkeeper needs to go like pick up the items and put them back on the shelf or whatever. If you so if we did that, so if you had an item and it moved from being placed in the shop somewhere to being carried in somebody's inventory and then being placed back somewhere else, you wouldn't want to like regenerate the like. It'd be nice if the color were still a part of it. Like I do feel like the color could very reasonably be part of the item, not part of the placed item, because placed item is just an item with the position. So I think if you put it on item, you could just write in here instead of right here. This is color dot red. You could just do item dot item dot color like that. It's just pairing up an yeah, which is obnoxious. Item dot item. Maybe this should be called placed item, but yeah. You won't conflict with anything I've done yet. It will. You'll be fine. If you're modifying Shopkeeper Simulator, you'll be fine. Merge it. And if you have any trouble with that, or if you want me to merge it, I can do that too. Push up your branch and all. Yeah. I am using this is a program called Source Tree. It's free. A lot of people will do this kind of stuff just in Visual Studio and like I don't like I even just stuff like that where it's like okay I have modified a file here and now I come into Git changes and it's like okay well what changed I can't really see like if I double click on it it'll open up this thing and now it'll show me well the change I made was just a little white space change and it's actually not even showing it all that well. Might be a way to there might be oh I've yeah okay so so what I did over here is I just like this. What I like about this is like it's easier for me to just like see the changes. I don't have to like open up a separate window. So I like Source Tree for that. Okay, now I can come in here and this looks like so I just fetched it. So I've got everything unless somebody's pushed up even more. And now I should be able to just merge this. Nice. Oh, I made too many characters. Okay, awesome. If you, is it? Yeah, so it's only like on key down. Got to give these guys more items to pick up. Perfect. That looks awesome. All right, I was gonna walk through this stuff here really quick, but the way this guy's got this stuff set up, I actually really like. Um, so the way he does this is instead of like texturing it like normal, he just like selects the face of it, like it selects a polygon, and then for the texture coordinates, he just like, I go. Let's see if I can get some of this. Need, yeah. There. Like he just like selects them and just like scales them down to nothing, and then just places them on one of these spots. But like all the polygons are just like a flat fill thing. And then there's this second one that's like it's the same thing but it glows. And then he's got these over like there's a lot to this. I don't want to get into it all, but like metal dull, like you just put it in the spot that you want, and then it's like it changes the material. And there's like one, well, there's actually technically three images. Let's see if I can, like there's the emission one. So like that's the difference between the base color and the emission is the base color like has this all the time, but then the emission ones, so like the glowing ones, have it only in that spot. And then he's got this thing that's the attributes, which he's like baked into the red, green, and blue channels data about like how it should be rendered, um, which is smart. And I like it. So like you could make a million models and you use the exact same thing, and like these are low poly models. Like this doesn't work if you want high poly. Like this scheme doesn't work. But if you're just doing low poly stuff, like it actually works really well. And then like the blue, when the blue channel has something, like what it does is it will animate over time. So like it just shifts the v coordinate of the texture. Like if there's blue, if you sample this um attributes texture and the blue channel, like you just multiply or like offset the blue. And so what you end up with is when you come back here and look at this, like if you look at the rows, the way he's got this, like, okay, consider this row here that's like green, but it's like not. If you pick this thing up and move this over to here, then it will like I mean it's green, but if we animate it, well, it's animating it. The armature is doing stuff, which is not what I want. But like you get it. You can see what it's doing. Like when like it's moving the actual like glow that it's doing. It moves that through like because it shifts it in the y direction. Sometimes it's black and sometimes it's green, and so like it blinks. Like that's what he's pulled off here is like because of how he's done this. It like you can have a blinking light. And all I have to do is like if I move this now over to here, now it's a blinking red light or a blinking like yellow light, or I can move it over to here, and like it's like that kind of flickering green. Or if I move it over here to like this, like it's just it's actually like I said, it's pretty clever what he's done. And like I think that it's, and all you have to do is just pick the right texture coordinate, but then a lot of the magic is happening in the, okay, so now that's done. Well, what's happening is in the shading here, there's a fair bit going on. So my goal was, well, I want to be able to take these models, and I want to be able to animate them, and ideally get like everything that he's got in here, which is quite a bit, because there's the base texture, but there's like the glow texture, and then there's the attributes so that it can like do the sampling, the scrolling sampling thing. Like that's really well done. This animated color stuff down here. But then there's more to it than that too, because like the rendering has shadows working, and it has a bloom effect. You could maybe come back over here. Is that uh, was here, but I moved this. So like if I pick this up and move it over here, the fact that this like bleeds, like the visual effect is that it's like glowing, like it bleeds out beyond the just the what it should be. All of that stuff you would do with a shader. So I thought, well, what I'd like to do is make it so I can import these models. A, B, bring in the animations, and C, make the rendering mirror what he's got here, to the extent that there's time. And I started thinking, well, how, like, this is something that I like this at a high. I don't know that I would literally use Infenzia's stuff for the book. If I did, I'd want to coordinate that with him, make sure he's okay with that. But that this texture and like this is free. What isn't free are the assets, and so technically that actually includes even the character that he's got here. But like he's got a pack that I haven't bought yet, but I am planning on buying. That would theoretically, he's got like a boxer and a police officer and a nurse and a whatever it is. That all these things, and they use the same like armature, and therefore can use all the same animations, and all of those plus he's got another pack that's like a whole bunch of just low poly items. They all use the same material and the same textures, and so it's like in terms of like file size, it's small. So anyway, that's kind of what I thought would be fun to explore. But once I started thinking about it, I got it really excited about doing it, and I just started working on it like on Thursday or Friday. And so what I'm going to do is just copy and paste a bunch of code in here. That's my confession. Is I cheated a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I have to do that right now anyway, right? In order to get this stuff in there, I have to do it. The way that it would typically be done is you make a content pipeline extension, and then you add your files in to exactly like the textures, like. But I cheated, and I cheated in what I was doing here, and I don't plan on changing that for the collab. So if I come over here, like I said, the way that you would typically do this is I click on here. So I go into Blender and I export my model, and then I come in here and I just say, add existing item, and then I go find my 3D model. And then just like with everything else in here, you might come down in here and like change some of the stuff. The importer and the processor are usually the most important things for a 3D model. But I guess I just didn't have a lot of confidence that it was going to be able to import this stuff, because I've had a lot of issues with that in the past. So what I did is I looked at what could be done, and I made the wrong thing. This one. Let me run this and maybe get a feel for heck. Oh, no. I was in the middle of something, but then I closed this down and now I don't know what I was doing. So I can't just undo. Except for maybe I can because I theoretically committed. Uh yeah, you probably didn't miss anything that is super critical. All right. I should be able to just revert this, but I don't want to. I don't want to totally lose that, so let me bring this up so we can. So like you can see like the spinning around in a circle is just the camera moving around. Oh, is it? It might be that I've like told the object to rotate, but the little boing is an animation that I've got in here. And then if I switch over to here, like it's like this is what I was trying to fix. Like the I've applied essentially that same animation to this, but like you can tell like some parts of the model are not responding to it correctly. And that's what I was trying to work on and got halfway through. But so let me show you what I did here. Like, so what I've done is so Blender has an export option that is this export. It's this GLTF, which is I actually really like this format because and so GLTF it's like JSON. It's a JSON like text-based format plus all like the large data is just dropped into like a binary separate file. The GLB format is the same thing, just it's all binary. So I export with this. I had to pick a couple of things, like I had to tell it I definitely want to export the animations, and it wanted to export using GLTF convention of positive Y being up. And I thought, well, I actually, it's easier for my brain if I keep it the exact same as it is in here. So Z is up. So like I made a couple of changes to what I'm doing here, but then I just export it as this GLTF or GLB file. And then theoretically what you would maybe do is you would just come in here and just say, add, just like the other stuff, just go find that file and add it. The catch is that, like I said, I've seen it struggle with that. And so but what I want is like I want specific data out of this. And so again, you would normally build a content pipeline extension. I didn't do that yet, but I think it makes sense to do that. So I haven't done the quote unquote right thing. I've just done what was easy. But what I did is I just said, okay, I'm going to find a library. I found a library. It is this guy, sharp gltf.toolkit. So I added that, and then when I go look for, I made a specific class in here, this guy, and like basically I call this model root.load. So I just like load, I pass in the name. So normally you would say content.load whatever, and with what I've got here, you don't say content.load because we're sidestepping the content pipeline. And then what I've done is like something like this, I have to say, I put it in my content folder. It's in my content folder, but what I've done is I've just said, just copy that to the output directory. So now rather than having like a compiled by the content pipeline thing, I just copy these GLB files directly over, and then I just load those directly, which like I said, isn't, in this case, I don't, the idea of the content pipeline is that like assets that are coming out of your asset creation tool like Blender aren't necessarily prepped for immediate use in a game, and you don't want to be doing that final preparation as you're like loading all the content, because that just slows it down. it depends on how complex it is and how much content you have. Um, but sometimes there's a lot of like processing that has to happen to get it ready for use in the game. But the other thing is like sometimes that code is like proprietary and you're not allowed to like ship it if it's a proprietary format or something, and you're not allowed to ship that to like the consumer's machine. And even if you can, like sometimes this is running on a phone or something, and they don't have the space, the memory, the disk space, the CPU to like do all this stuff. And so the idea of the content pipeline is to take kind of the raw assets and turn it into a game ready thing at compile time, so that it's happening on the developer machine, not on the consumer machine. And I've sidestepped that, so I'm not getting any of those benefits, but it's mostly fine, right? Like I would like to change it, but I'm not gonna change it right now just for time reasons. So that's all I've done here. It's like I load this, and then I've got to unpack it. And so there's a lot of code in here that's doing a lot of stuff. I mean, I think I've got a couple hundred lines of code for all this, maybe. Like it isn't that much. And I made this my class called Model with 2Ds just because it was conflicting with the built-in model. When I move this over, I'm going to call it something else. But so like I do that, and then I just go through like this. That library makes it really easy to like dig through this and find all the stuff I want. And so this is the kind of thing that's like interesting here is at some point the data needs to make it over to the graphics card and have all the information that's needed for rendering. Well, so here is the data that I need. I have for every vertex, I have the position and the normal. So that's the up, out from the surface, the texture coordinates. And then these are a little complicated, but these are for animation. The idea is that for any given vertex, you can say, hey, which bone is this attached to? Like where, like when the thing starts moving around, like how should I like what parts of it need to be attached to that? And for what's the opposite of organic? Like a hard surface model, theoretically everything is just connected to a single bone. But with organic things, like sometimes you need like if you have like the vertices that are like on like a character's armpit, like those shift, but not as much as something that's like on like in the middle of your upper arm, right? Like that stuff just follows the bone, but the stuff on the armpit, like it stretches. And so these blend indices are like, well, you don't have to just pick one bone. You can mix and match, and Blender does a really good job at that kind of stuff. So it's smart enough to say, okay, it's a little of this and a little of this, and that allows it to like deform in a smart way. So there's up to 4 per vertex. You can say, well, bone 18, 19, and 2. And then the weights are like it's like 5% 18, 22% 19, and whatever's left 2. So like this is what tells you like this is how you like this is the mix and match stuff. And then it's like I've made this, but it's based on a bunch of other ones like this. I have to add in this stuff here to say when it goes to the graphics card, this is the semantic meaning of these things. Like all of this stuff exists. So I like pass all this in, and like if I wanted 2 texture coordinates, then I would just have to add in, another one here, another texture coordinate, which might make sense if I'm blending 2 textures and they need to like sample from each of them, then I have to add in the data, and then I just have to add in another one and just do, texture coordinate, but it's like channel number 1. But the point is like I can make this do whatever I need it to do. I had to build this up. I've done this kind of stuff just enough to like know the gist of what I need to do, so it wasn't hard for me to do this. But then the nice thing is that initially I was using Basic Effect, which does not do any animation, and somewhere in here I was able to tell it. Let's see if I can find it. I was able to tell it I know that there is a It's this here. It's like initially I was passing a new basic effect, but the skin effect, no, it within the actual shader, the stuff that runs on the graphics card, it is aware of the fact that these are every vertex has bones that it's attached to, and that it needs to like blend them. So it's aware of that, and I didn't have to write that shader, which is convenient. But what I will say is like at some point, in order to get all the stuff that Infenzia has in his little system, he like I need to be able to do stuff like the bloom and the shadow mapping and the glow and that like that animation thing. Like I have to do that, but I'm gonna start from the actual code because it's open source for the skinned effect, and I can just build on that. So I don't have to build the whole thing from scratch, but I will have to like make my own effect eventually to get all the things I want. I'm down a weird rabbit hole here, but so the question earlier was, how do you actually get all that stuff loaded? Well, all I did is I just said, hey, copy the files to the output directory, and then I just load it using that GLTF library. I unpack it into my own model class that the foundational thing is that data structure that we were just looking at that I don't think it's even in here. It's not this guy. It's like I have all my data here. Like this is like what gets sent over to the graphics card. And then when I'm like in here and I'm drawing this, I'm just saying, okay, take the effect. I get all this. I set everything up. And then I just say, okay, just go through and draw it all. I'm using this draw index primitive, so I pass all the data over. Well, the data got sent to the graphics card much earlier. I'm just saying, go draw this data I gave you before. But it's pretty straightforward. Like it isn't that crazy. Like I said, it isn't quite as convenient as I just go to the Unity store and pay my $82, and now I have the thing, and then I just drag and drop, and now it's in there. Like it isn't that simple. It is definitely more involved than that. But like I said, it's what I've got here is that plus then like I'm trying to get like the GLTF file has the animation data in it, and I need to pull that out, but I haven't. What I've been trying to do right now with this is just get like a system going for animations, and so that I can animate it. And ultimately what's going on there is like it's right here. I just say, okay, well, whatever, like all these bones get like animated and they get moved to different locations. I have no clue what those are going to be, but I'm just going to ask the animation, well, where are things at right now? Like, here's the current time. You tell me what all these matrix multiplications, matrix transformations should be. I'll just send that data to the graphics card, and the shader already was doing this. We'll just solve it from there. But I do have to compute these. And anyway, so I started really simple. Well, I actually started making this keyframe animation so I could just like this, because this is what's actually coming out of the GLTF file is keyframe animations. Like that's if I'm in Blender and I come down here and look at animation, see if how I can. If I come down in here, I can see like it's keyframes. Like at this point, then this quaternion rotation should be like this, and over here it should be like this, and over here it should be like this, and that's enough to get it to animate. I don't know if this is anyway. It's like that's the data that's in the GLTF file, and I want to get that, but I also need to be able to take that and like actually render it. And so that's kind of the part that I got to. And so I have this animation that whenever somebody says, hey, well, actually I should start with this one. I implemented this and I was like, okay, what's the animation? Well, it's nothing. Do nothing. I added this, I made this, and it works. it doesn't do anything. I made this one, and it picks a side, like for every bone, it just picks a random size. It's kind of crazy how it does. Actually, I think I might be able to just open right now. Nope. I think there's a way to. Oh, no, I never mind that. I was gonna say I think I have a way to like change the animation, but I don't think I do. Not in here. I have a way to change the character, but not the well, sure, the character, the model. And then I thought, okay, I want something that can actually do stuff, so I made this boing animation, which is what it's running. So I made, so now I'm like getting into the keyframe stuff. I'm building up the infrastructure for that. And that's how far I've gotten. So now the next step is to just start getting all this code over into get all this stuff over into our actual game. And start rendering it in 3D. And then I'll figure out the rest of this in terms of the actual keyframe animation. It is definitely a lower level, but this is also the kind of thing that theoretically you could somebody could I could go build out this library that imports the animations, imports the models, um, and then just says here you go, and you just add in a NuGet package dependency and just content.load, just have it and use it. Like theory, make their models in Blender, export the GLTF, and then it just works. Like I said though, I think where it gets complicated is all of this as like it's this kind of stuff here where in Blender to make this work, I need to where's the expecting to be able to see the shading tab. Here, yeah. I mean, I'm in the right editor. I don't know why. Maybe I don't have the right thing selected or something. Oh, yeah, there. Okay, that was it. Like anything that I could build that's like a library, like it makes a lot of assumptions about how the thing gets rendered, what data it needs, how that data is handled as it gets processed. And I think that's the trick is that like you like a lot in Unity, a lot of times there's just this assumption that it'll be just like a physically based renderer kind of system, which is like if you're gonna have just one thing that's the default, that's a good choice because you can get away you can do all sorts of stuff with that like a PBR kind of material. Um, so it's a good choice, but like yeah, again, like you look at this like this is he's got this thing here, principal BSDF. That's essentially that physically based renderer kind of thing, and that's there's all this stuff that goes into it. So anyway, 4. You are totally good. I'm glad you could be here for as much as you were, and check back in later. Thanks. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think it is. No, I think for music is not something that I composing music is not something, and honestly, even like getting sound effects is like audio is its own other space that is. I don't know if I'll ever be good enough at that to worth it. But I definitely feel like I wouldn't say I'm great at the modeling either, but I do like it is one of those things where, well, I don't really know about it. I I think that like it's that kind of thing where it's like you got to create the models, but you got to also kind of figure out like what how to draw the stuff and get it in there. And like I say, Unity kind of again, it's like there's a lot of stuff that just kind of fits into a specific mold, and so a lot of people just make stuff with it, and that simplifies things because you can just kind of run with it. Um, but like that's one of the things I like about Impenzia's scheme here is that like I mean he has a whole series on YouTube where he just makes a model in 10 minutes, and that because he a he's good at Blender, b he's good at like make stuff fast, but c like the fact that he has built out the system uh makes it like it's easy for him to like texture and color and animate like all the stuff he's able to do a whole bunch of stuff because he made specific technical decisions about what the art style will be. And but among everything else, the thing I like the most is that he's intentional about what the art style should be instead of just oh it's just more of the exact same thing. Like he's making intentional choices that reflect his skills and like the time that's available. Like he like this. I think that he himself would probably not use this if he was trying to make a really fancy, big budget kind of game. But when it's just like I want to make a game and I want something like I do game jams and I want to be able to have a system that allows me to make a lot of content in 8 hours or in a weekend. How like what choices do I make at a technical artist level that allows me to make content quickly? So that you would not be able to if you wanted like photorealistic everything, you're not going to have very many 3D models at the end of even a full weekend. All right, I'm going to start bringing some of this stuff over and go from there. But I think I'm gonna just keep talking through what I'm doing with the renderer for the stream, even though I kind of explained the high level view. Copied over most of the stuff, but stuff I haven't copied over is this kind of stuff here. I need the graphics device, which means I got to put it in here. Which means I got to change my interface. It's okay. This guy can ignore it, but he might need it later. Take this here. Need single. Almost there, but this guy needs the window. How do I get the window? Maybe I'll just pass that into the constructor. Look. Theoretically, Theoretically, they should draw a cube, and camera should be spinning around it. Dang. The depth buffer's all messed up. It's okay, that's fixable. I just had to somewhere down in here. I've just got to look this up. And I looked it up here on my website, so I learned it from me. Let's see if that works. Yep, that looks pretty good. So I'm going to commit this. Ooh, somebody added in an employee list property. That'll be awesome. Now we can have employees in addition to customers. I think maybe my next step is make some 3D models for um like the door and the register and the Else the items, like if I could do that, that'd be, even if I don't get to the animation stuff, that'd be pretty good progress, I think, for this. I'll do that next, but I need to get a power up, a beverage. So I'll be back. Mm. I think the next step for me is to try to okay off. I think the next step for me is to try to make a couple of simple um, 3D models to get so that we can draw actual stuff instead of just a balancing box. So I'm going to make a couple of models really quick. I'm using Mfenzia's palette. I will say he is much better at this than I am, but yeah. I I think that's a great question. Where if you want to draw stuff like that, that's just like 2D UI stuff. I the catch was just putting it directly in like the main draw method. You're talking about just like in the equivalent of this. The problem with putting it in here is it is so easy for this to just be like for this method to just get really big. So I like this is not that way yet. And if you just put in, I'm just gonna draw a number in the corner, like it's not also not gonna do it. But at some point you start to say, well, okay, what's the right way to rearrange this so that it works? The other thing I'll say is the UI bits probably like we've made this interface for the renderer um because it's because we want that to be swappable. But I don't want to have for the 3D stuff. I don't want to have to redo everything you're talking about doing. So I don't want to stick that in the 2D renderer. I want to just leverage that the like the UI overlay, the HUD kind of stuff. Like I just let it just work. So don't put it in the 2D renderer. It could go in the equivalent of something like this, but I do think that that could grow out of control. So somewhere else makes some sense. So pick something that you think seems sane, and it'll probably be good enough to get us through the next 3.5 hours. Um, I think that could work. The only thing that I'm wondering about is like so right now, like I said, this 2D renderer, like theoretically, you could say, well, the character should draw itself. But, and this is the downside to what we've done with having separate renderers, is the drawing for the like this code here is specific to characters and combined with the rendering mechanism, right? Like in the 3D renderer, we don't want to draw this, but we also don't want to have like uh, a, like a 2D renderer. I'm trying to think how to phrase that. Like this stuff happens to be in simple 2D renderer because it's the 2D rendering for the thing. Um, but if we moved this stuff into the character class and moved this stuff into the placed item or item class, and we moved this into the, we don't have it, but like an entrance class, and this stuff into the checkout area class, like it would, again, we don't have that either, but if you moved all the stuff into those classes, then it's not obvious to me how you'd handle the 2D versus 3D thing. This is all where it is now because this is the 2D rendering version. So anyway, I think you could make a yeah. I think it makes sense that the like the 2D the UI like overlay kind of stuff that would be potentially just a separate thing entirely. Um Shopkeep Simulator. Yeah. I think let's do that. And if it doesn't work out, then we can change it later. I will say I'm definitely not as good at this as Benzia is. Phil. Oh yeah, that's a 6th edition challenge. Yeah, I think that I will say that I am a little worried that the challenges that are in 6th edition, like I don't want them to be too complicated. And it's really easy as an expert to look at something and be like, that's not too bad. And then it turns out that nah, it's not as simple as you imagined. And yeah, I there's a lot of overlap with the challenges between 5th and 6th edition, but mostly at this point now, mostly just 6th edition just has more. And I simplified. There are a couple of the big boss battles, like the final battle and the Fountain of Objects at the end of part 2. That I thought these are more complicated than they need to be, and they're already pretty big. So I'm like, let's just make it smaller. The A star. I mean, Link is just syntactic sugar for like everything you can do with Link could be done with loops and if statements. Oh, and say and delegates, but not necessarily. Like part of what they like, it's I like it. I really like Link. It's a really powerful thing, but I do think that if you, I mean, A star is not the simplest thing ever. So like it ends up proving extra complicated. Like then at least you've learned some stuff about A star. I'm not, but I do think that there's room for like if Link is really the bottleneck, you could try just sidestepping that because like I think just loops and if statements and stuff like that ought to everything you can do with Link you ought to be able to do with that. It's saying something's null, but it's not. It's just empty. Well, there it is. I was expecting that to be a lot bigger. Don't really know why. Over here, this is. Oh, what? Okay. Never mind. It makes sense. Yeah, when I looked at the actual like coordinate, so now that's 5 meters, which means and like this is negative 5 meters. Like now it's 10 by 10. Before it was like mm, maybe 2 by 2. So if I come over here, okay, again. Oh, that's fast. That's more like what I expected. I've made the floor a checkerboard, which is doesn't feels out of place for a medieval thing. But oh well, that's what I got. Um, yeah. So let me. Are you comfortable with Blender? Yeah, that's okay. You don't need to be that good. um, but so like, let me So what I'm gonna do is this save as, and then I'm gonna do I'm gonna save this as a template, which is actually not like the template shouldn't have this model in there, but if, for example, so let me just show you what I'm doing here, and then maybe you can make other 3D models. I come in here and I say, well, okay, I want a, what do I want? So what I want is maybe like the checkout area, except that I'm going to keep that dead simple for the moment, and maybe you can make a better thing. I'm going to um, I'm going to make a I'm gonna make just like a countertop basically. And why does that, it keeps wanting to, not placing it because I got my 3D cursor in a weird spot, I guess. Um, if I do, like I can, as far like I can keep this pretty simple. I'm going to, so you know what, undo. That's just going to be a tabletop, and then I'm going to make a couple of legs here really quick. Okay, so there's a little dumb table. Could maybe stick something on it. I don't know what, but if I do, does have character. So if I do, all right, so I do UV, and then I come over here. This is, I don't know, a little piece of paper or something, so I'm going to stick it, like to color it. Like I said, you just, oh, hang on, I didn't describe that very well, so let me back up a bit. Like to like apply a color, you got to go into like the UV editing here, and then all I've done is like just select everything with A, and then I scale, and I just hit 0 to like scale it down to nothing. All right, so now it's just this little point, and then I just like hit G to like move it, and now you can see like wherever I put it. So like if I put it here, doink, then theoretically, I was expecting colors. Oh, you know what? I think I know the answer. We got to pick a material. Okay. Okay, there we go. This is feeling a little better at least. So, like obviously I don't. Well, maybe we want a green table. I don't know. We want a green table. It's like I just move it to the spot that I want. And like I said, the code we've got does not handle emissive stuff. So if you use one of the glow ones, and it doesn't really handle any of this stuff down here or any of these like blinking things over here, these animated things. So, not that you couldn't pick it, and then when we get around to like making all that stuff work, it should just work. But the idea is that you just come in here and you're like, well, I want this to be, you know, this kind of brown, but I want this thing here that was supposed to be like a piece of paper or something. It's going to be white. And then, I don't know, maybe apparently I got the wrong color. Yep. Yeah, so the image, like the texture is not like a texture in the traditional sense. It's like a palette, right? And so in order to like apply a color to it, and maybe I'll leave the legs green because it's color. Why not? So yeah, yeah. So he's just got this set up where like you just pick the color, and like the downside here is like if you want something to be a different color, it has to be a separate triangle, a separate face. Like you can't change the color without it being a separate thing because of how the UV coordinates work. But like if I want like say I can't like if it's like well I want oh dang I didn't realize that these edges were green. If we said like I'm moving that over here to like I don't know how easy that is to see, but I'm trying to move it to the same place as the other points to get the colors the same. But it's like if I want little like gold, like little trim, like metal trim corners or something, like the only way to do that is to like get the knife tool and go like this, cut and cut and cut and finish, cut, enter. And now I can like select these faces and now I can come over here and instead of it using that part of the texture, I could just say, okay, well, I don't know what. Okay, this is supposed to work. Yeah, okay, that's working. So I guess like I want this to be gold. Well, I can come down here if I could get it to work. I can come down here to metal, and I can like make this like that. And now when I look at this, like in fact, because it's got like an environment map that it's reflecting. Like now, I got a little reflective gold corner. Like I said, our shader does not support that kind of stuff today, but it could in the future. So like I'm gonna like not do that, but like it's a clever little system that's like anyway, I'm gonna leave this brown. I'm gonna not I don't want all those, but so like it has pros and cons. You won't ever get photorealism from this little scheme, but wait, did I go too far back? Exactly. exactly. So like it's a maybe we could make some of these be little money. Anyway, so like this like that's what it is. Which, like I said, it's not. Oops, now that's the template. Whatever. So the idea would be that you could open up the template. It has like the layout, the UI layout, and it has like um all the material set up. And now I can just do like I could come into the template and I can save as, and I can save this as counter and save that, and then I can do export this as a GLTF, GLB. I think, like I said, I think since I've set this stuff up, I think part of the file itself is going to remember this stuff. So I don't feel like I've had to change this stuff. So now if I just do, I don't want to call it floor. I want to call it counter. So now I export that, and then I can minimize this, and then I come over to here and I add existing item. Wait, no, that should already be added. It should be here. Counter.glb, and then what I do down here, instead of adding it to the content pipeline, which is what you'd normally do, but just because I took a shortcut, I had to pick one of these copy. I've been choosing copy always. At a practical level, it's not going to make a difference if you choose the other one. And then theoretically it's there. So then all I have to do is come in here to my 3D renderer. If I can find it. Renderer 3. Why isn't okay, where's this renderer 3D should not be, it should be under that folder. That's on me. But so now I can come in here, private, animated model, and ceiling. It's suggesting ceiling. Counter. And then I gotta do, so yeah, where's this guy? So I load it here, and then this is just, so this guy loads it. I'm gonna rearrange this. This should be up here because it's like mentally like top to bottom. Oops, and then so now that like I don't well, okay. I could do this, but what I really want to do is something like this. I want to say shop dot checkout area dot center dot to vector 2 because I need vector. I need ding dot to vector 3. This needs okay, hang on. Matrix dot create translation. So I just need to move it over to just going to do this dot center dot x shop dot checkout area dot center dot y and 0. So this says like this is the world matrix, which is a transform that should take the original thing and place and like shift it, or well, place it in within the world, so that all the points when multiplied by the matrix transform will now have points that are in their correct spot in the world. Which this is what that should do. So like it's there's a huge gross oversimplification of things, but like, so if I do that, that should place in the right spot. The view, like though that shouldn't have, like the view is like basically where is the camera in the world, and the projection, like a way that I've heard people talk about this is like this is where the object is. This is the external parameters of the camera. So it's like where is the camera located? Where is it, like how is it rotated? Where is it pointed at? And like that's like, so matrix.create look at. And then the projection is essentially the internal properties of the camera. This is like, you know, if you want like an orthographic view or like a telephoto lens kind of thing, or like whatever that is, like this determines like what the type of like the internal properties of the camera. So the view is like the external, like where's it at in the world kind of stuff. And so these two should not change, generally speaking, when I'm drawing stuff, but the world matrix will change based on stuff. And so okay, I know this isn't going to quite work because it's not going to be lined up right. It's pretty close, but now if I switch the renderer, oh, you know what? Oh, what the heck? So there's two floors being drawn, and then the table's over here. You see that brown in the corner? Whatever reason, I don't know. So I don't, like, it feels like we're drawing. Oh, I know. Okay. First of all, this guy needs to not be there. So I'm getting a second copy of the table because that. I'm getting a second copy of the table because I'm getting a second copy of the floor because the table had the floor in it. And so now if I restart this, now when it loads that, it won't it won't have a second floor. I lied. Why? What did I do? I missed something, but I do think that was what I said was true. I just don't know why I didn't. Overwrite. Okay. I didn't change anything, but okay. So, okay. I know exactly why, and it's because I'm not the world matrix for the floor. Basically, I am rotating the floor. The floor is spinning, but the world is not. The camera is not orbiting. The floor is spinning. Because world is create rotation Z. So what I need is like this camera's in a fixed spot, and what would be better is for me to do. I got that's. Oh, geez. I can fix that. But here's what I want: public, private. We'll do private. Private. Vector 3, 2. So I have basically I have a spherical coordinate, which is like a float distance, float theta, and float phi. So those are traditional angles. So it's like I have a distance from the object, and a theta is like around and a circle around it, and then phi is like up and down. So like, and I'm gonna just wing this here, but it's something like return new vector 3. I wonder if so it's like all of these are going to be distance times some trigonometry. Math f dot cosine. Let's see. I always have to think this through. So y is our. Hang on. Let me check this. In this renderer, z is up. So if z is up, then theta involves x and y. So we'll do math cosine and do cosine. Let's see. Yeah, cosine theta times math f dot cosine. I've done this enough times that I'm going to be close to right without. But I would not expect other people to just be like Oh yeah, I know how to do this. Something like that. But I might need to just Google it to figure out where I'm going wrong. But so theoretically, now when I can place my camera by doing two Cartesian coordinates. So this will take the distance of 4, the theta that I've already got around, and then a phi, we're just going to do math dot pi divided by 4, which is fourth of the way down. So that should give us like a 45-degree angle. Now let's see if I think I'm close, but we'll see how accurate that was. So I'm a little too close, so let's back this out. 6. The table's bouncing too. That's okay. I'm fine with that. Something about that does not look right. Oh, it's like stretched a bunch. I I don't know. We don't have the control to like just move the camera around, which like ideally we would. But yeah, it's like it is that is real that okay, I have an idea. Blender likes to do this thing. I think I need to say apply the transforms. I always forget what the keyboard shortcut is for this. Apply. What is it? That sounds right. So let's do Shift A. Wait, no. Apply all transforms. Save. Okay. File, export. This guy. Overwrite. I have some reason to hope that that's sufficient. We'll see. Oh, it's big. It's big. It's huge, but it is proportional. Yeah, and that's because I've on all these objects I've applied, like I just said, do the boing animation, which is like hard coded. So right now everything's gonna boing like that, which is kind of funny. Um, so it's huge. Why is it so huge? Okay, well that's why. All right, scale. Just oops. It's gonna scale the whole thing down because this should be. After I applied the transforms, it was pretty obvious that it was just huge, which probably actually means the floor one has similar problems. That looks better. Um, I'm not sure it's actually in the right spot though, and Yeah. So, okay. I guess the point is somewhere theta. I want this to be, so this is making a full spin every 4 seconds, which once the camera's that zoomed out, it starts to be too much. So I'm gonna actually I want to go even slower than that. Now it's very slow. Wait. Let's back this out just a more. It actually makes that little boing is it makes me happy. It's, yeah, everything boings. The floor is boinging too. It's just so skinny that there's no. Yeah. So yeah, I this is putting it. I guess I knew that. Like well, so the floor. I think the floor is not in the right spot. Like this should be because like right now we're drawing this at 0, 0. Yeah, 0, 0, and this should be something like matrix dot create translation. Like this needs to be shifted over. It needs to be shifted over. Okay, actually, that seems, now that I'm thinking about it, it isn't like oriented the way I imagined in my head it would be oriented, but I think it's probably correct. Like the door should be right here. And so the checkout's right here. So this is like, is that right? Oh, no, that might not be right. Because right now that, okay, hang on. So the view, I no longer want to be looking at 0, 0. I want to look at new vector 2, 3, 5, comma 5, comma 0. So at the floor at 5, 5. Yeah. Whoa. Something's gone horribly wrong. It's like the distance is getting farther away. Yeah. What the heck? Something weird's. Great look at. Camera position, camera target, camera up vector. The well, okay, let me put it this way. We need a model that's like an entrance, a door. Um and we need a model that's like an item slash like a bunch of items, right? Like like I don't remember how many colors of items we have, but there were. Let me switch back to the other renderer. Like there's a yellow and a black and it's kind of a cream white color. Um, yeah, and I mean it's like they could just. I mean they could just be dumb little cubes or something, but what we want are models for all of those. So, but I yeah, so if you are up for it and want to kind of mirror what I did here, then we could totally create models for those things and get them in there, and then this renderer would theoretically look right. I still feel like that table, the table feels like it's along this direction. It feels like it's centered when I don't think it actually should be. Oh, except you know what? I made that comment over here too. I feel like, for whatever reason, this right here is the register. When they pick up an item, do they? What color do they change when you pick up an item? Yeah, like I actually feel like the blue is the entrance and exit. Like this is the entrance, and this is not. So actually, that makes sense when I switch over to this renderer. That like technically the entrance is actually right here, and this is the checkout. They're flipped. Like that's not where I meant for them to be. Anyway, point being, if you feel up to making some models for this, that like I think that's doable for sure. And then you can create the models and even like are you up for making changes in this in here? Yes, in here to like copy what I've got and just like draw that, or do you want to just get the models and get them added in and then I'll handle that part? That's fine. Uh, you probably, if you don't, I can give you permissions to share your screen. Hmm. Yes, I do. I can see it. No, that sounds good to me. And like I said, we could either like there's a version of this where there's like countertops and things like that, like shelving or whatever that's like part of the store, and when you pick up an item, those just stay exactly where they were. Um so like I'm just like the simplest thing we could do right now is you just make a few items. You named a few that I really liked: a sword and armor and um the other, yeah, like a magic book. Like we could just make those items and then just let them kind of float in the world, right? And then people just walk around and just pick them up, and then deal with like shelving later. Alternatively, like the shelf or whatever it is could just be part of the item model. I don't think that's how we'd want it to be long term, but for the short term, you could do that. But then when people pick up a sword, then like the shelf that it was on, the armor stand, like whatever it is, like you pick up the book, the magic book, and the little um lectern thing that it was on goes away too. So like any of those are I think valid options. I think building in the whole like, hey, we got shelves in the store and the items should literally be sitting on the shelf is a little harder than either of those other two options, just because it involves like we got to go in and add the mechanics for that. Um, but yeah, I think that's so like I would maybe suggest let's just make the items to start with and let them just float in the shop for now. Um, but yeah, let me commit what I've got here, and so that you've got it all, and then um, no, I think I do want you to, if you can, I want you to use that. And so like I said, I think the easiest way to do that is I just checked in. So get the latest version of the code, and in the content folder, there is a template. And when you open that, like I'm doing here now, when you open that, it's going to come up with, it wasn't that great of a template after all, because it has, I guess, the floor in it, or what? Oh, it's the table. Wait, how did I get like on X-ray mode? Oh, the loading. Now what did I do? Yeah, so now the template has both the floor and the table. It shouldn't. The template shouldn't have anything. But like that's fine. I think what I worry about is like Blender will try to clean up some of the stuff, like a material that's unused. And so if we delete everything, then it may want to like clean up the material, which we don't want. Like we specifically want the material. But yeah, so if you like use this, and you already made the sword, you ought to be able to copy that into this, and then save, like open up the template, save it as whatever you're making, so that now it's a copy, and then it should have all the stuff in here so you can see what it looks like as you're working on it. It actually doesn't, like, we ignore when I import that stuff with that GLTF importer. I just ignore the material completely because I already know it's gonna be a specific material rendered a specific way, and so I just ignore that. I don't worry about it. So yeah, some sort of doorway. And I think we had 3, but maybe there were 4 items. Not that we couldn't change it really easily. And then I think I've got the stuff for the character that that one's might be a little more complicated. So I think I'll work on the character for now. And once we have a character in there, then it'll be fine for people to go try to change it. Like it'd be, but then like I'll kind of blaze the trail for that. But yeah, you shouldn't need to change the template. You should open up the template, immediately save it as, sword.blend, and then make it what you want it to be, and then export that as a GLB, a binary version. And then commit the sword.blend and the sword.glb, like I did here with the counter. Like these are both committed in there. I think I got it set up. This blend one, that's a Blender like temporary file. It's like maybe like an auto save kind of thing. I think I've already got it set up to ignore anything that's a blend one extension, so it shouldn't even bother you about that. But so once you get it done, then you can commit the both the original blend file and the GLB. And then let me know if you run into any issues with that. And in the meantime, I'm gonna keep looking at the character to try to get that loaded in. And just like before, I'm gonna just keep talking it through. Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I'm not gonna do that just yet. I'm gonna figure out why the heck this is all like that. How it's like the angle is wrong, and it's probably because I got my math wrong. So I'll start with that. Probably that this stuff here is wrong. Oh, I figured it out. The camera position needs to be this stuff here is like relative to this stuff is relative to the thing. So if I'm basically I was still put the camera was still orbiting around like the 0, 0, not the 5, 5. And so depending on where I was, it was off. That's looking a lot better. All right. Yeah, that sounds good. I mean the whole shop is 10 meters by 10 meters, and if you're it within Blender, if it's like you treat the Blender units as meters, it then you might have it might be fairly accurate. Um, but yeah, because the table, do I still have that running? Yeah, the table like the basically the checkout area is this little 2 by 2, like the two black, the two white things right there. Like that's the checkout area. And so I intentionally made the table about 2 units long and then just kind of went from there. And it's like if we had a door that was like 2 units across, and the items are, I mean, they're going to be smaller, but yeah. But I am happy that all of this stuff that I have here, the math for 2 Cartesian coordinates, I got correct. I think. I was worried that I had messed that up and got like a cosine when I needed a sine or something. My mistake was down here and it was just getting that offset. That was nice that I got lucky. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the other characters drawing, they are very definitely being sped. Or their animation time is significantly faster. We must have a somebody was going to make a like a scaling factor. Like somebody did that, which is good. But now I want it to be normal speed. I at least want the animation to be normal speed. Hmm. Maybe they didn't. Maybe that didn't happen. I know there's the pause thing. Oh, it's just interesting that like the. I wonder. I wonder if they're sped up because there's. Okay, wait. How do you? Yeah, there's some sort of shared state as the. Uh, what was the? What's the button to see? Yeah, so it's like all the characters are sharing the animation, and so when there's lots of characters, they are all sped up. I mean that makes sense. Hang on, they don't actually have their own. They don't actually have their own model. Yeah, well, so that yes, they all the standard colors are the ones that work. If you do so this one, this is the base color. Like what you see here is exactly what they would do. What doesn't work is if I switch over to this emission one, where like this is like a glow. The glow doesn't work. So like the basic colors over here are the basic colors over here don't have that. So the basic colors are rendered exactly like you'd expect them to be. Everything else still like works like it's still it'll render well enough. It just won't render exactly like it does in Blender right now because we haven't accounted for that in our code, which is fine. Hey Patrick, if you want to share your screen or share your code, we're doing that. Might be able to help if you feel like you're stuck. I see stuff that seems right. Well, how often does print customer item? Because that okay. But it does. I mean, this is your and you made that comment like the total items picked up. You're starting that at 0. So like this should reflect the total. Like this code here actually looks right if number of items picked up is correct. So because the character is no longer around to add up. Does it? Oh, is that 9? Is that the because somebody left? Um, yeah, I mean that's because that code goes back to the drawing board each time. It says, okay, for every character, find the number of items they've claimed to have picked up, and then that's the result. So if a character disappears from that character's selection, it's gone. Or it will drop down. Yeah. So yeah, that I think what you'd maybe want to do is like use an event. Like if I mean the alternative, like I can think of a couple ways to do it, but like so scroll up. um I think it's wherever. Let's update. Yeah, let's see if I can. If the shop, let's see. So right now there, let's see. No, okay. I guess the code I'm looking for is in the character class. I don't know whether. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I see it. Yeah. So I'm looking at the character class, and let's see. It's so it has like the so if invent. Let's see. If it's like this part shop.items.remove. That right there is where the item is picked up, and so um yeah, if the character had an event that said, I picked up an item, and the shop was listening to that, then when that happens, it could just add one to the variable that you were talking about at the top. Yeah, I mean, the alternative would be if you don't want to use an event. Like I think this is actually a pretty good candidate for an event, but like if that property has a public setter, that like the number of items, it's possible because character has access to the shop. Like it's in update, it's given a reference to the shop. So when it picks up the item, it could just say, "Hey, shop dot items picked up plus plus." Like that's a little more straightforward. The code is simpler. In exchange, though, like what's to stop a character from just we without actually doing like there's no the character could just add 15 to that, minus 10 to that. Like there's nothing that protects the shop's data. We're trusting that the rest of the system doesn't abuse it. Um, and in the again, like we've got 2 hours left. In that much time, we're gonna remember. So I'm less worried about it right now. But from in terms of like long term perspective, like it'd be better if the thing could protect its own data and only do it when it knows that something's changed. I mean, for example, when whenever we say shop dot items dot remove, if it could somehow know the item's been claimed, now's the time to do it, which is what we're doing with the event. Then it can keep track of its data on its own, and nobody else can mess it up. So I like that better, but it is more complicated. The event is more complicated than just making sure that that property is settable, and then just having the character say, "Hey, just so you know, I'm going to do the bookkeeping for you, shop. I've added an item. I purchased it or I picked up an item." That's less code, simpler code. So I'm totally good with that. If you want to skip the event and do that instead too. Yeah, sounds good. Not that anybody cares. None of this affects anybody, but the I scheduled the event, and now I'm just seeing in here that the event with it, as far as Discord's concerned, the event hasn't started. I'm gonna start it just so that it's there, but it doesn't change anything. I mean, it said something like starting soon. The only thing is that I wonder if there are people who forgot and that seeing that would somehow give them a notification or something. I don't think so. I think the people who care are here. I don't know. All right, well, I'm just going to keep talking through this stuff. I have the problem I've got now is that whenever I draw the character, it adds time to the animation, and that means that it goes super fast. The catch is they like I'm drawing the same character over and over again. And so somehow I have to be able to separate the where are they in their animation from the I mean they're different. And so I can't like I need to be able to basically I need to somehow pull apart the draw part from the update the time part. And so that's just a matter of well, is there an update? Probably an update. There's not an update, but now there is. Hope you don't have too many merge conflicts when you do. Are you working in a branch? No, I don't think so. But what you would do is you would um, fetch, and then let me bring this up. You would fetch, and then what you'd end up seeing is something like that. Maybe I can. Let's see what happens if I might get a similar thing if I fetch now. Uh, so it might look something like this. Other than this is a different. This is a different branch. So it would look something like that. Only it would say like origin slash main, and then you just like so at that point you have both, and then you would just merge, and then you might have merge conflicts. And you're probably not using source tree, so it probably won't look exactly like this. But fetch will get all of the code from from other repositories you're connected to. In this case, probably just the one that's called origin, the upstream one, and that shouldn't cause any problems. But when you try and rectify the two, your main and its main are not in sync. It like if you try to do that, if you try to just push up the thing, it'll reject it because it says I've already got a newer main. Like it says something about like divergent something or others. And so at that point, pull it down, and then you have to merge it, and then hopefully you don't have merge conflicts, but if you do, you have to sort through those, and then you'll end up with something that looks more like this thing here. That's like the two come back together, and then you should be able to push that up. But I will say that if you have trouble with that, you could make a separate branch and push that branch up, and I can merge it for you if you end up in a weird spot. Well, if you, I mean, if there's no merge conflicts, then it should be pretty. It should be solid. If you have merge conflicts and the merge goes really weird, you could break stuff for everybody. But again, like how we can sort through that if it does. Like there's nothing that you could do that would truly be disastrous. Can't break things so bad that we can't fix it. And honestly, probably fix it pretty quickly too. Yes. I said something I think is before we even started about branches. What I wanted to avoid, I don't care if people make branches. What I wanted to avoid is people getting their stuff merged by putting up a pull request and then waiting around for somebody to come along and approve it and merge it via pull request. I Yeah, like I like in a real environment, that's a pretty solid approach. But for what we're doing, have people like, well, I made a change. I'm just waiting for somebody to approve it and merge it. Like that's not it's not worth that. So if making a branch helps you it helps you get it merged, make the branch. It's totally fine. I don't have any problems with us making branches. I just don't want anybody to have to be on the hook to like do code reviews. Yeah, I think that's yeah, you ought to be able to. I If people are okay with it, I am going to slow down the characters that they feel has to me now. Um, okay. You said you pushed up your branch, right? Well, I'm gonna fetch. and then I see this. Yeah, this one, right? I just merge this. So there was a merge conflict, but solve conflicts. I feel like that employees. I think we want. So I think I want to take left and right. So now you got employees and all of those. And up here, what's going on here? That looks like it actually sorted it out. Okay, so down here, add character. Um, okay, this stuff, something weird happened here, but I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna take the blue side through all of this. And then what happened over here is it's got a number of items. I'm gonna put here. And then the other change was this. Yeah, yeah. If there's changes from in both parts, I want to keep. I want to keep all the work of both branches. Like in this, oh, like I feel like it got off somewhere. Like this number of items picked up somewhere. This it got way off. Oh, that's in character. Okay, that might be part of why I'm. Number. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah, let's I'll take care of that in just a second. Okay, I think like this thinks that wait. Yeah, this thinks I've sorted out everything. Oh, in shop. Let's get to our other merge conflicts here. Um Wait, so do we I see sprite underscore sprite font underscore font. We the two different people, it looks like we got okay. That's gonna be okay. It's not we don't need that. Okay. This is leftover. I didn't get that right. Okay. Then this guy down here. That's good. That seems correct. Yeah, I mean, certainly right now it's pretty reasonable to just say we'll just keep both. But I will say that it's pretty normal to Like in this case, to say, well, okay, now I think we've got it all sorted out. I need these. I don't even see any. Where are the fonts? I don't see any fonts in here. That might have been that I didn't merge it correctly. Open with, open this. Oh, so there should, I mean, oh, file.sprite font. So I do see that guy. And was there, okay, and general use font. Okay. I don't know exactly what happened on those, but it's fixable. So I'm going to add existing item, and I want file.sprite font, and I want general use dot build that. That worked. The version that I ended up adding is that the file itself is called just file.sprite font. So, well, if I do, well, let me do exclude that. Let me, so I'm going to rename this to, you said you called it shop money. I'm going to just, I think it's fine. I'm going to use that, and then I'm going to do at open. Wait, file. General use, shop money. Okay. That seems like that worked. How does that look? Yep, that we wanted that. Well, okay. That the merge has been oh, let me this guy, this guy, this guy. Just like and put. Okay, so pull, and you should have, I think all of the stuff we wanted from all of the things. And now at this point, if you want to change the name of the font to something else, that's fine. Yeah. And you kind of get started with it a lot of times without other people. It's just kind of on your own. And then once you start working with other people, then it's like, oh, like on your own, you almost never have merge conflicts. as soon as you got other people, then merge conflicts, and that's its own skill, like sorting through merge conflicts. Um, it's just kind of part of it for the most part. It helps if people are not working on exactly the same thing. You know, like if you have something where you got 10,000 lines of code and you got 6 people, and one person is working on, say, the physics, and one person's working on the UI parts, and one person's working on the 3D model stuff, and one, like, then you're not gonna, like, if everybody's kind of working in their own little space, then they tend to not. You won't get merge conflicts very often, because the only time you get merge conflicts is when you touch the same file. So there tend to be files that are like right now. So speaking of that, I said I do that. Right now, this shop file is okay. Before I do this, does anybody have any changes in the character class? Because if I change this, it is going to be really difficult to merge. Okay, I'm going to move. Um, Anything else we should move out? Oh, this is all. It's just that I'm going to do the rest of these unused using directives. I'm going to clean those up too while I saw them. All right, so stage these, moved the character class. So that should, like, right now that file is like a hot area. Like a lot of people have been touching that. Uh, yeah, so this should make it so that it's a little less, a little easier. I don't know that's going to be that much easier, but I speaking of that character class, I'm gonna make a change to it. Right now we have that destination that is oh, what? Okay. I don't think they used to be public. I'm gonna upgrade that into a property. I was gonna just add a property, but it's already public, so I'm just gonna, because I wanted access to it. Well, for what it's worth, I probably, like, once I get this in there, uh, I don't know that I need to do anything else. So depending on what you're doing, if you pull down those changes, then hopefully we won't have a conflict. Sometimes the little things end up just being difficult. Well, I what we were talking about earlier. I can't fault people for using Unity. It's so much stuff is just pretty easy. Yep. Yes, and those are reasons why I like it. Like I said, that your comment when you started saying that, like the if you just want to get a game done really fast, like a lot of times that's what people want. I just want to make games. I just want to ship my game. I want to get this out there, right? Like it's like if I like why would I choose the slow thing when I can choose the fast thing? Well, there are plenty of reasons, but I get it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think the just like how the web build thing that you mentioned, that's something that MonoGame has explored but not ever done. And I think like if you are making a AAA game, nobody cares they have to download something. But if you're doing a game jam, people don't want to like go down like if they want to like see what other people accomplish during their game jam. They don't want to like download a whole bunch of programs that they may forget to delete or have to remember to delete or whatever it is. There is a more risk of like what did I just download? Like is this gonna like do stupid stuff to like because how hard would it be for someone to just be like yeah just go to the root and just start deleting all the files? Really easy to do. But in a browser, it's sandboxed and like there's just the risks are a lot better managed. It's just there's less to like there's nothing to download. You just go to follow a link and then you can start playing. That matters a lot. Like that simplicity. And I wish that the monogame people would deliver on that, but I also know that like it's not that's not the simplest thing. Just be like because like there's a bunch of this stuff that's like for me where it's like people have said I want to be able to do animations or I want to be able to do I don't know I want a UI. Well, I can handle UI. I can handle physics. I can handle some of this stuff. But if the system doesn't like fundamentally support a web based deployment, the only like for me to do that, I have to at a minimum like fork the monogame repository and add that in myself. Like I can't just do, and that's a pretty heavy lift. So I would much rather have the monogame people like do something like the web thing, or I was just talking about this earlier too that they the next version of monogame is going to have at least in like a preview Vulkan and DirectX 12 um capabilities. Like that's also one of those things where like the API that you have in monogame is based on XNA, which was like DirectX 9. I don't even think they got to 10. I know they didn't get to 11 and 12. And 11 and 12 are weird because like they're kind of philosophically different from each other. Like DirectX 12 is, I mean, Vulkan. It's like Vulkan. It's like this really super bare bones thing, and so it isn't objectively better than DirectX 11. It's objectively more flexible, but it's also just like a lot of like it's just so low level. A lot of people are using 11, and a lot of people are using 12. Anyway, I'm rambling. Point is like that type of thing, like making it so it can support Vulkan or support, like I don't maybe I just don't know the answer to this, but after DirectX 9, like the shader model for like DirectX 10 added in um like geometry shaders. So you can do like subsurface, like like in Blender, I can come in here, and this is probably gonna be a really terrible example, but I can come in here and I can do something like this where I can say add a modifier, uh what is it, generate subdivision surface. And like this is terrible because it just, well, it just is terrible. But like there's like I can upgrade the viewport, I upgrade the levels. And like it just smooths it out. Now it looks like I've got little dinner plates. Like it's really easy to just add that in, and it'll generate this stuff when I export it. Like it'll do that. But with a geometry shader, you can do this dynamically. You can do this on the fly. And same with stuff like, I don't remember who it was, but someone was like trying to do like a bunch of 2D rendering, and like theoretically, with a geometry shader, you could just pass in, vertex, 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 vertex. It's just a line, and then the geometry shader can like create the geometry that's like thickness based on where it like it's on the screen, and I want it to be 1 pixel wide. So I just on the fly generate the geometry. There's a lot of uses for stuff like a geometry shader. Um, shader. It's weird to call it a shader for that, but that's what it's called. At least it's what it's called in some places. Just because it's like this little pluggable program that you can put in to do stuff, but to generate geometry on the fly like that can be really. There's some nice uses for that, and DirectX 9 just doesn't support it. Um, but like DirectX 11 and 12 definitely do. And I wanted to have access to that kind of stuff. So I'm hoping that it isn't just that they've created a new, now it can do this Vulkan stuff, but that at least the intent, like in the future, at least in the future, it'll support the newer shader models, because that would be nice. Like I said, it's one of those things where like I can't go do that. I can integrate a physics engine. I can build my own UI framework and or integrate somebody else's UI framework. I can do that. What I can't do is make the thing magically support DirectX 12. So I'm glad they're looking into that. All right, these characters now face the direction that they're traveling. I think armor is a good idea. You what might be not, you said something about sizes. Now that I had this character in here, and I think I maybe need to go get the because I he's got a bunch of characters that like I just this is the one that was a like the in the when you download the system the Pixpal thing when you download that it's got it has like some demo things and it had a character in there which was that nurse like this was what was in there and like I said he's actually very clear it's like this is not you can't use this you can only use the system if you want the characters you got to go buy it so I'm gonna go buy that now but like they're all the same size so what you might want to do is I've got that it's just like the nurse.blend file in terms of sizing that might be like copy that in so you can see the size but like it'd be kind of cool to have armor that yeah if you don't it's gonna be fine too but yeah I don't know that I got the table I don't know that doesn't seem terrible in terms of like the relative size just looking at my screen here make big Uh, if there's not, if there's there should be a blend file, but if there's not, I'll add it. Oh yeah, there's not. Hang on a sec. I'll get that added. Uh, this is useful. Okay. Um, I, it's called just character because it used to have the sample used to have a whole lot more, but that's the one. So I'll commit that here right now, and you can pull it down and yeah, version control. Yeah, it's one of those things where like Adobe wants me to upload their stuff to the cloud and like Windows wants me to upload stuff to the cloud and like I get it because I if my house burnt down and my computer melted, I would want all my files, but anything that I really care about, I use version control for. And it is kind of like a programmer nerd thing to do. Like not I wouldn't expect everybody else to do it, but it's really nice to have this history like what changed and when and definitely makes it easy. Like to have the just like alternate realities of like I'm over here doing this stuff and I want to be able to switch back to that. Like you can there's just it's just really nice. Really like version control. I even if I'm not working with other people, I use it for everything. Okay, I'm pushing this just character over so that you've got it for size reference. Um but I might go like I know he's got I'm gonna go get that because I he has some other characters that I think might be more interesting in terms of like I know there was like a barbarian character that would probably be a lot better for like especially a fantasy thing. So we can I'll go get those and we'll go from there. Oh no, I'm this is a part of it is that I've been wanting to buy these for Like the guy, this guy in Fenzi, like he's just he's a YouTuber, but he makes games too. Like he's he I the like I said, I feel like I enjoyed his content enough, and I feel like I said, that he's just this kind of like, here's like a system for doing this stuff. That, like, obviously the system isn't the only system, but having a system where to kind of like illustrate, like, this is the type of thing that can work. Like it has been like a stellar example of what I've tried to convey to people before and just struggled with, and to just like say, ta-da, here it is. Like the value he's created in my life has been high enough that I am happy. The cost is not, it's pretty cheap. But I'm happy to do this because I'm it's worth it to me, because want to I want to make it, I want to reward him for the value he's created for me. Um, so I'm excited to buy it. I just haven't gotten around to it till now. The other thing you mentioned, I mean, you're like the if we're doing a fantasy thing, I wanted a floor that just kind of, if we the checkerboard thing, if you want to make a different floor that feels a little more, I don't even know what, yeah, I don't know what that would look like exactly, but like, yeah, something that's a little more fantasy, that would not go amiss either. Um, that would be stepping outside of the system, which isn't I mean, that's not necessarily bad, right? Like it would, like, if we did that, then we would just load that through the content pipeline the normal way. And I think that, like, we could, in terms of, so like so if you want to do that, we can work with that. I can make that work. I'm not that worried about that if that's what you want to do. Like I said, the kind of following the system approach would actually be to like go in, make a floor, like make the 10 by 10 floor, and then just like find like draw through it to like make triangles that are different colors, and then like pick a spot for them. Like that could work too. Yeah, I mean, like that's all I did here on this with the floor here, is like I just made a big flat area, and then I just did some loop cuts to cut it this way and this way, and then I just selected the faces. So like, for example, like you could do something like this and just say, I mean, at a minimum, to just say, okay, hang on, no more knife tool. At a minimum, to just do something like this and say, okay, well, what if we, instead of white, we just took this and just said it's now this color, very this color, and Like even that instantly looks a lot more fantasy just by not having it be such a stark black and white. But even to do something like this where you like I subdivide it, so I end up with these very like rigid squares that feels more modern just because like it doesn't feel very craftsman. It feels manufactured. And so to do something like that where we just like, like I said, knife tool, you could just come in here and do like I could put whatever sort of like pattern I want in here, and then I can select all of these things. And yeah, I don't have quads, and nor do I have triangles. I have n-gons, which theoretically is bad, but as long as I don't transform it, as long as I don't animate it, it's going to be fine. Now I can do this, and I can say, I don't know what I'm looking for here. On subdivision. Well, yeah, like it was with what I had, and I had this issue before, and I did something and sorted it out. But like once I come over here, I don't like it's not showing me the selection, and so like it's still attached to everything. So like somehow I did something to like it. Maybe it's yeah. And I do think that like to have like a texture for like the floor, like that's I don't know the floor because it's so big. If we're gonna if we're gonna do like I mean you could just add in enough geometry to like get what you want, but it is one of those areas where it's like oh well maybe like the point is to be low poly, and so maybe it changes things when we anyway I don't know what I did something before and I don't remember what it was that that's awesome. What did I I don't I just want to I want separate UVs without UV lit. Thing. I don't know what I just did, but I'll bet I just made a whole separate object. Okay. I did get it separated, but only by... Did I do that before? I know I did it. I mean, like the fact that the checkerboard itself has the different... Yeah, like somehow that worked. I feel like I'm missing something that's probably pretty obvious, but I'll let you mess with it. Maybe you'll have better luck than me. No, I what I'm thinking is that like the if you want like so like I said you want we it'd be nice to have a floor that looks better, right? So instead of the checkerboard, which is fine, but not necessarily what we're looking for with the medieval thing. I did just change these colors, but there is separate from the template. There is a floor dot blend, which is like that existed before the template existed. So we could just go like we can modify the floor blend file. Um, And like I said, I just changed the colors, and given that they're now brown and they're a lot more subtle, like something like that could be better. So you like you could do that. But like I said, you it doesn't have to be checkerboard. You could just make a new thing that's 10 by 10 and then put whatever patterns you want into it, like using the knife tool or whatever. And then and it doesn't even have to be flat, right? Like you could add like topology to it. Like it could be you could have grooves and whatever. Um, so yes, yes, yeah. So it can be something else. I was just thinking that I'd show you by using the knife tool, which the knife tool worked, but like now I just can't get the stupid texture coordinates to like I can do this, but like if I move this, like you can see like it's still attached to other stuff. And so it does all sorts of weird stuff. So somehow there's a way to split selection. Oh, no. Oh, hey, that's awesome. Yeah, perfect. Don't I'm really annoyed about that. I saw, there's a trick that I did before, but do not know how I did it, and I can't repeat it right now. So anyway, All right, we got an hour and 15 minutes. I do think I'm gonna get the see if I can get the other. I mean, the other thing about those other models is this one had exactly one animation and it was like a jump animation. The other ones had like a walk animation. Like there are other reasons to get like well, I say that I'm not I have the Boeing animation that's like hand coded, which is fine. What I want to do is import the actual animation and be able to have like a walk animation. That would, and I don't know that I have time in an hour and 15 minutes to do that, but it'd be nice to have that as a baseline. So I'm gonna step away for a couple of minutes here, and then I'll be back, and I'll see if I can get a different character and like the barbarian or something like that. And maybe there's multiple, and we can randomly pick. Theoretically, well, I think if I've paid for it, then I have to look at the licensing. I think that we collectively can use that for anything in here, and I think I can use it for anything. Yeah. So yeah, I can take that model. I can take the whole set and put it in there, and then if you like I said, he's got there's a well he's got like an interior items set that are so there's a character set and there's the item set. I don't given the fantasy thing, I don't know there's gonna be much that's useful, but maybe. That is a good question. I'm gonna go to the item class and what here. Oh, that's it. Item type VHS food weapon armor. So there's no weapon sword. Oh, create sword. Not necessarily. I think I mean you made the book, so let's just rename these. That's the book. Nobody's here to yeah. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. I can hear you. That's fine. He like has a whole bunch of stuff to let me show you. Like if you go get, I mean, even just like this thing here, this is the thing. Like it's if you come in here, like he's got so there's the Blender stuff, and there's like Unity stuff and Unreal Engine and I know good though. Like he's got like he spent some time to like figure out how to like .unity package. Like he's thought this through. Yeah, it's the R key. The boing. Uh yeah, it's a work in progress. Yeah, that it's this right here. Not there. Uh, yeah, yeah. So here's to kind of walk you through it just really quick because you could, yeah. There. But I'll give you the crash course anyway. I made this eye animation, and the intent is that like it gives you all the transforms, all the matrices that you need for each bone. And I thought, well, what I really need is keyframe animation because that's what's in uh, the GLTF files. But then I'm like, whoa, this is a huge task. I'm like, what if I start with something smaller? So I'm like, okay, I'm going to start with, and actually, this is the first one I made. I'm like, I should be able to just implement this, which is like, pick a random size for everything, a random scale. So like, I started with that, and I'm like, but now I need a version that's like not that at all. So I made no animation, and then I thought, okay, let me try to do something a little nicer. So this is like a progression toward um like keyframe animation, like what's in the file. Is I there's this boing animation. So and like I've got keyframes. It only does scale, and it only does scale in one axis. You know, it only does it in the y-axis. So the coincidentally, every animated model, like in here in the constructor, let's see what that code is. Like I add in all those animations, and then I tell it to play the boing animation. So it is definitely on purpose, and it's yeah, but it's a stepping stone. Like what I want is like if I come over to here, or here, stuff in this particular file. We go back to modeling. So like theoretically, if I do, actually let me go to animate. Theoretically, if I do like this is a jump animation. What is it? Yeah, jump. Like I want to be able to import this. It's just it's got like the main thing that I'm looking at right now that I don't even know if I'm going to have time to get through is that the transforms like when let me pause this. The transforms for like I don't remember what the root is. Let's see. The root is the not like highlighting. So I need to go into edit mode. Okay, now maybe I can select this. Okay, so that's the root. And then from here, like the pelvis, there's all these inverse kinematics ones that I think are useful, but not for what we're doing. And then there's like the pelvis. So anyway, like I need to get transforms for every single bone. But like they add on top of each other. Like this one, if I rotate this one, oh, I'd have to rotate it in an animation, not what I'm doing. But like anyway, you know what I'm saying. I need to make it so that the things chain on top of the things before it in the hierarchy. And once I can do that, then it starts to get a lot easier to um, imagine grabbing the actual raw data that's in the file because it is there. I've seen it. I've looked at it. It's actually pretty like it actually has like all of the data that's like if I open this up. Anyway, yeah. So once I can get that, but I just it's gonna probably be at least a few more hours of work to do that. So it probably won't happen during this before our time runs out in 45 minutes. But I think I'm still gonna do it. Like I said, this is for me, this is the reason to do This is the reason I wanted to do the 3D stuff. I wanted to kind of get into this animation stuff because I felt like it feels like it's the kind of thing that scares off people. Like, oh, I don't know if I can do that because in Unity you just grab the model and then grab the animation and then poof, it's done. And it isn't that simple in MonoGame, but like it's definitely doable. I was hoping to come away from this by being able to say, see, it's doable, and I don't know that I'm gonna get quite there, but I do. What I will say is the boing, I think illustrates to I think it illustrates that at least to a small degree that like animations are supported. Like this works. But yeah, it's another step that I need to get to of animating through like the whole bone hierarchy, through the whole armature. Nobody stole because everybody decided to be nice for once. Yeah, with the whatever that robe is called. Yeah, yeah, I think that's right. Cyberpunk. Oh yeah. Cyborg. Oh hey. Wait a second. That's a farmer in Sweden. That looks like a like he's got the striped shirt and that cap, and it makes me think more of the striped shirt in particular makes me think of like Sailor Dude, but I don't know. Yeah, yeah. The Golem. Or a lot. Nice. So these are reflective, but like uh, we don't have that. We haven't like implemented that. So like ours won't look as shiny. Well, to be fair, everything we have actually can kind of look shiny. It's slightly more complicated than that. But that's like it's but yes, like it's like the roughness and the like it's that's the gist. So there's a lot of these knights. What's the difference between these two? Knight two versus knight one. I'm sorry, I don't see a difference. Oh, maybe the helmet's a little different. If so, it's pretty subtle. Crusader. Monster. Ooh, gotta get that guy in there. He he labeled this orc. ORCH. Orch. that's, I'm like, what's is it an orchard? Like that doesn't make sense to me. Once I saw it, like none yet. We should get some. Pirate. Little hook hand.
I was also wondering what animations are in here too, so none, just T-pose.
Do we have the models for the items? Okay, awesome. Sounds good. And if we haven't already, I think it's fine for us to rename the enumeration thing to match the visual thing. In the 2D renderer, they're just circles. In the 3D renderer, they're actual things. So. Yeah, I don't know if it specifically covers that combination. It does cover init and it does cover private. Yeah, I'm sitting there trying to think when you'd ever use that, but if you want to use like the object initializer syntax with the properties, but you only want to do that like as a part of like a factory method or something. Sounds like that's actually kind of what you're going for. Yeah. So there you go. It's oh, there you go. As soon as you say something, that's because I've got a gigantic guard in the middle of the room. Well, we've technically only got like a minute left. If you want to just get the files in there into the like the content folder, the blend files and the GLB, or just the blend files. Um, for what it's, I'm gonna have to stop here for a little while, 30 minutes, an hour. Um, but the code is there, and anybody who wants to keep doing stuff with it, a lot of times people keep tinkering with it for the rest of the evening, off and on, and sometimes here and there during the week. So continue to make whatever changes you want to it. I got some other things I got to take care of, like the book. But I'm excited about this, and I think I'll spend some more time on the animation stuff. It feels like it's getting very close. That'd be awesome. Yeah, no pressure on anybody to do anything else after this. Like we're the time's over, but also feel free to do whatever you want with it. So no, if you're doing 3D models, remember those don't. I what I did sidesteps that. So all you need to do is get the blend files and the GLB files into the content folder, and then just commit those additions, and then I can go from there. Like I say, if you want to do it, you're totally welcome to. But I can do it. I think I could take care of that pretty quickly if you can get the actual models themselves. Yeah, get them added in, and I can add them. Yeah, it's a lot. It was a lot. It's been a lot. So I don't like if I'm not. I don't blame you. And if you say random dot shared dot next 100, it will give you a value that's between 0 and 99 including those, but not 100. So but that's because of the 0, that's 100 distinct options. Yep, that's what I'm seeing too. It looks like it's working. Congratulations. All right. Sword, spell tome, turkey leg, chest plate. Yeah. So I'm just so other people, if other people want to see how this works, I'm just once they're here, properties. I'm doing copy always. Copy of newer would work too. I'm just gonna do that for all of these. Find them again. Spell tome. Copy always. Stored. Leg. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna do, and then I just gotta name the thing. So this is turkey leg. And then sword, spell tome, and chest. Spell it right. If they're too big, then at least it'll be funny. Well, right now we're not going to be rendering them when they are carrying them. When it's in their when it's in their cart or their inventory, we'll see nothing. We could change that. Okay, so item type. So it's still VHS, right? So this is the spell tome. Weapon is sword. Armor is chest plate. Food is the turkey leg. Anything else? Okay. Why not? Okay, so oh no, wait, item. It's not placed item. I gotta do item dot item dot billionth time. Oh, this would be a place where I could move it up off the ground a little bit. It's hard to be sure, but the chest plates look right. Oh, the spell book looks right too, and the sword looks right. It is just the turkey leg. I have a theory, um, and it's yeah, but usually what I think happens is that if you do this kind of thing, if I come in here to object mode and I scale this up, don't apply the transforms, like the actual thing is like the different size. So I could fix that. I could look into that really quick. What I actually but if you want to go see and like apply the transformations, then the thing that I want to do is what I'd like to do is so I'm gonna make the item spin. I think it's awesome. Yeah, exactly. It looks awesome though. Apparently, create rotation Y is not. Rotation Z. Rotate it to the side. Yeah. Yeah, the little yeah, with gigantic turkey legs. I love it. Turkey legs the size of a small house. Yeah, I'm out. I think I gotta be done too for now. But okay, this has been great. Thanks everyone. All right, and on that happy note, I'm gonna end the YouTube stream. So thanks for anybody who spent any time watching this. Hopefully nobody watched the whole thing. That might have been really boring to watch the whole thing.